sound.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, with glowing hearts we say, be right the true north strong and proud, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Order. Alors. Déclaration des députés, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I often think of this place as being a family, regardless of political party. We're all here together and supported by amazing people. We had a death in the family on January 14th. We lost one of those who truly does stand on guard for us. Constable Pierre Lozier, a member of our protective services, died tragically and far too young. He was only 50. Pete, and he went by Pete, had served this place and protected parliamentarians for over 30 years. He was part of a tremendous group with esprit de corps, and it was Pete, one of those who, unarmed, on October 22nd, 2014, ran towards gunfire to protect us. We lost him, Mr. Speaker, and I want all of us to say to his family and those grieving his loss how much we honor and respect him and express our gratitude to those who continue to protect us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of meeting with community leaders from the Canadian Catholic Organization for Development and Peace, which educates Canadians about the plight of impoverished peoples and supports women in their search for social and economic justice. While we have made great strides and this government is committed to making the involvement of women the priority in all of Canada's activities in fragile states to enable women and men around the world to have an equal voice and equal rights, and to live equally in safety and security, more needs to be done. Women play a key role in conflict prevention and resolution, as well as in building and sustaining an inclusive, lasting, and fair peace. When women are better represented in parliaments, those nations are significantly less likely to resort to violence in response to crisis. This proves that a woman's place is in the House, the Senate, and the Executive. So, Mr. Speaker, let's continue to commit to stand alongside women and organizations that strive to build a more just and peaceful world. Thank you.
L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying last May 10th, it will soon be 56 years that I inaugurated, by being born, one of the rooms in the Notre-Dame de Fatima Hospital in La Pocatière. There is a coalition of people in the area who are marching, signing petitions, and doing more in order to keep our hospital going. We want to keep its health care alive and well in our area. Mr. Speaker, it's important to celebrate this civic moment. Now, I strongly support this movement because with an aging population, the longer we live, the more we'll need these services. I'm wearing a K in a red heart pin because I truly love the healthcare in my area. For me, it's clear, Mr. Speaker, my healthcare services remain here.
The member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart, I pay tribute to my friend Jim Tovey, who served as councillor for Mississauga's Ward 1, or Ward Wonderful, as he loved to call it. We lost Jim suddenly on January 15th. Jim Tovey was pure life force. He saw our shared humanity in every person and put all of his energy into everything he did. Jim also saw government as a force of good. An accomplished musician, poet, carpenter, he entered politics to champion the arts, culture and heritage, veterans, science and technology, social justice, the environment, and the Great Lakes. Mr. Speaker, I stand with Jim's wife, Lee, his family, colleagues at all levels of government, friends, and the residents of Ward Wonderful as we say goodbye. We miss Jim terribly, but we take comfort in knowing that his memory will inspire us for years to come. Mr. Speaker, let me close in Jim's own words. And as we sleep, our spirits soar amongst the stars and run to build new worlds with empty space where love will be our sun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. London Fanshawe. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like today to pay tribute to our sister, Pat Shafirka, a proud New Democrat, a trailblazing feminist, and a relentless advocate for social justice. Pat died January 21st. Born in Manitoba in 1924, Pat received a Bachelor of Science degree from Brandon College and became the first woman to receive a master's degree in physics from Montana State College. She accepted a position teaching physics in the department at University of Western Ontario in 1963 and resigned in 1974 due to pay inequity, a problem then as now. Pat became actively involved with the CCF in the 1940s and was a good friend of Tommy Douglas. Among her many accomplishments, she was the first woman president of the Ontario NDP and a recipient of the Agnes MacPhail Award. In addition to her many worthy pursuits, Pat managed to be a mentor to countless women over the course of her life. I will miss her steely determination, her unflagging optimism, and her dedication to fighting the good fight. Rest in power, Pat. We'll take it from here.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, today, for every text sent and received, as well as every tweet and retweet with the hashtag @BellCause, Bell will spend 5 cents for mental health programs. This admirable pan-Canadian initiative is important because of its mission, but also in order to end stigma around mental health in Canada. And all of us know a family member or a friend whose mental health has been affected. The economic, social, and human costs with respect to mental health issues are very high. That's why it's important that our government, and I am proud of this, is investing $5 billion to support mental health for some 500,000 young Canadians under 25 years of age. I would encourage all members in this House to speak for mental health, not only today, but all during the year, in order to break down barriers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to honour Pierre Lauzier, one of our parliamentary family. Pierre Lauzier was a veteran protective service constable serving this place for 33 years. He was always good for a laugh, lending anyone who asked a hand or an ear when they needed it. Pete was also one of the responders on the floor during the 2014 attack, running toward danger despite being weaponless when gunfire erupted in the Hall of Honor. Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to Pete's friends and family during this tragic time. Rest assured they have a place in the prayers and support of everyone in this House. As for our protective service team, please know that we appreciate all that you do in keeping us safe. Thank you all, and thank you, Pete, for 33 years of service to this House.
The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the Meals on Wheels Association of Laval has 8 independent groups who prepare and deliver more than 150,000 modestly priced meals to vulnerable and elderly people in Laval.
Of health professionals and nutritionists.
Meals on Wheels employ about 50 people, but what is truly exceptional is the work of the more than 400 volunteers whose average age is 70.
More than 42,000 hours and driven near 220,000 kilometers to deliver meal to the citizen of Laval.
I'd ask my colleagues to join with me in recognizing the exceptional work of all these volunteers in Laval. The Honourable Member for Brassard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise in the House today. A great woman left us on January 22nd, Georgette Lepage. She was the first woman mayor of Brassard from 1983 to 1990 and was devoted to her community. It was really the first truly multicultural city in Quebec and was named so. People will remember her as a woman who worked for others, for the well-being of others. She was awarded the Order of Merit of Brassard, the Municipal Merit Award of Quebec, and the National Assembly Award. Further, the Municipal Library bears her name in order to honor her for her work as a volunteer in Brassard's cultural development. We will always remember Madame Lepage as a woman who brought others together and was a true inspiration. On behalf of the people of Brassard, I offer my personal, sincere condolences to the family as well as those on behalf of all citizens.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Once again on Friday, February 2nd, Wee Martin Willie will be beckoned. It will be his very first prediction, done with fervor and conviction. While he's a rookie in groundhog circles, he'll be far more famous than Steve Urkel. He'll talk to Mayor Janice in groundhogese and do it all with a glamorous ease. Take Alberta's brown-coated Balzan Billy. His prediction skills make him look silly. Or Nova Scotia's Shubenacadie Sam, whose prediction record is simply a sham. And Pennsylvania's Puxatawney Phil, he can't hold a carrot to our wee Will. I will be there when he comes out of his cage. I'm convinced Wee Martin Willie will be the new rage. With his glistening white fur coat, he will instill in Wyertonians eternal hope. When he declares that beautiful thing, there's only 6 more weeks until spring.
Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome. This past month, Canadians have reflected and celebrated the invaluable social, cultural, and economic contributions that Tamil Canadians have made to our society. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight 2 amazing organizations in my riding. The Brampton Tamil Seniors Association works tirelessly to build a better community for seniors by organizing weekly social, yoga, and computer classes. Their organization is an inspiration to us all. We also have the Brampton Tamil Association, who has been indispensable in building bridges between communities and enriching and sharing the Tamil culture and heritage with a multicultural Canadian environment. Mr. Speaker, Tamil Canadians, just like all Canadians, are working tirelessly to achieve their very own Canadian dream. A very happy Thai Pongal and happy Tamil Heritage Month to all those celebrating this year.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, the future economy will be a green economy, and Canadian businesses are leading the way. Last week, 13 Canadian companies, 7 of which are from British Columbia, were on the prestigious 2018 Global Clean Tech Top 100 list. This list highlights highlights the most innovative companies worldwide with promising ideas best positioned to solve humanity's sustainability challenges. From my own riding of Vancouver Quadra, Axine Water Technologies is one of them, recognized for its impressive chemical-free, low-cost solution to wastewater problems. Their novel approach solves a multi-billion-dollar problem across multiple industries. Axine's technology is a perfect example of how environmental stewardship isn't just good for our communities, but it's good for business and for the economy. Today, Canada's innovators are proving that going green is the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. And I am proud to recognize their vision, hard work, and entrepreneurial spirit in this House. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, in any given year, 1 in 5 Canadians will experience mental illness, and by the age of 40, 50% will have experienced it as well. Mental illness does not discriminate against age, education, income level, or culture. Although mental disorders are all around us, in our family members, friends, colleagues, or even ourselves, the stigma still remains. Just because we cannot see it doesn't mean that it is not there. Today is Bell's Let's Talk Day, where they support mental health organizations across the country to raise awareness. They carry out conversations of mental illness with our communities to help bring an end to the stigma. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to keep this conversation going, long past today, so that people know it's okay to talk about mental health. And as Deputy Health Shadow Minister for the official opposition, I am proud to join the conversation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Since the beginning, our government has striven to help the middle class and those working hard to join it, such as those who work in the construction industry. Today, we're delivering the goods by announcing the intention to legislate on the issue of prompt payment for subcontractors in the construction industry.
In close collaboration between our government and the Canadian construction industry, we have developed a 14-point action plan on prompt payment. Nous avons pris les mesures concrètes.
We've taken concrete steps to implement this action plan by publicly posting payments to entrepreneurs and by drafting a statement of principles concerning prompt payment to ensure that payments are made in less than 30 days.
Complete our action plan by later this year. Nous allons ainsi bénéficier aux gens.
We will be able to help the people in this sector and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
51 years ago, the Royal Commission on the Status of Women exposed widespread discrimination against women. Yet Canada has since dropped to 25th on the UN Gender Equality Index. Time's up. 40 years ago, Pierre Trudeau promised women in Canada pay equity. 2 years ago, this House voted with the NDP for equal pay. 7 months ago, this Prime Minister missed the All-Party Committee's deadline for legislation. Time's up. 1 year ago, the Globe and Mail reported that 1 out of 5,500 sexual assault reports, police deemed 1 in 5 unfounded. Yet no federal action. Time's up. All the progress on women's equality has been from women and their allies marching and standing together. Why should women always shoulder the burden of change? Time's up for this government to use its majority to enact real change for women.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to read a Facebook post that I wrote to my friend from Caribou, Prince George that summarizes how we feel about his recent knock on heaven's door. Can't tell you, the member from Caribou, Prince George, how shocked I was, the few of us that knew early on that your life literally was hanging in the balance. Felt for Kelly, Josh, Cassie, Caitlin, and Jordan that they may lose you. Too concerned that I would lose a friend and felt how much good you still have left to do, how soon life can change. I've seen you rise from a nervous nomination candidate to Conservative candidate to seasoned MP and proudly tell people how great of a job you're doing for Caribou Prince George. But we want you and need you to be here for the long game. So take the time you need to get well. This job can be a stressful one at times, most of the time, as you know, with so many expectations of so many. But it all doesn't matter if you're gone. You've been given a precious second chance, and I want to see you use it. From all of us here in this chamber to you watching from home today, we love you. We love you, brother. Get well, and we'll see you soon.
Seeing that was unanimously felt sentiment. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind everyone in this House and across Canada that today is Bell Let's Talk Day. This is a great time to let folks know that we're listening and that we support them. We know that in any given year, 1 in 5 people in this country will personally experience a mental health problem or illness. It's one of the many reasons our government announced $5 billion through Budget 2017 for stronger mental health support across Canada. For every tweet today, including the hashtag Bell Let's Talk, and for every share of their Bell Let's Talk Facebook post, Bell will donate 5 cents to support Canadian mental health programs. So whether you want to share your story, support others, or just tell people what you're having for dinner, include the Bell Let's Talk hashtag and you'll help raise money for mental health programs in Canada. Mr. Speaker, let's all join the conversation and end the stigma surrounding mental health.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister forced a minister to pay back over $3,000 for inappropriate spending. He forced his cabinet leader to pay back over $6,400 for moving expenses that were inappropriate. And before becoming Prime Minister, he himself had to reimburse close to $1,000 in expenses. When will the Prime Minister respect his own rules and pay back the $200,000 that he made Canadians pay for his illegal trip? The Honourable Government House Leader. Following the Ethics Commissioner's report, the Prime Minister took responsibility. He accepted the conclusions of the report and committed to submit his personal and family vacation plans to the Ethics Commissioner in advance in the future. The party waited months for the report to be tabled, and now that it's been tabled, the opposition is refusing to accept the results and conclusions. On our side, we thank the Commissioner. We accept her conclusions, and we respect all of her recommendations. Thank you.
The opposition.
The issue is, Mr. Speaker, is that nobody's buying the Prime Minister's phony remorse about being caught breaking the law. Now, he wants to pretend like this is all about addressing things going forward, but he hasn't addressed what's happened in the past. He would have us believe that it was a close family friend, despite the fact that they didn't speak for over 30 years. He'd have us believe that the meetings had nothing to do with government business, even though there was a request for an official meeting just days before he left. So when will the Prime Minister do the right thing and pay back taxpayers' money for the cost he imposed on them?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Both in her report and in her testimony to committee, answered many questions related to her report. We accepted her findings and respect her work. On this side, we respect the work of all officers of Parliament. Unlike the opposition, when officers of Parliament make recommendations, we take them seriously and we work with them to ensure we follow them. On top of this, the Prime Minister has committed to working with the Office of the Commissioner to clear all future personal and family vacations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
An apology is meaningless if it doesn't come with a sincere attempt to make amends.
Exactly.
Now, by the Prime Minister's logic, it's okay to bill taxpayers for expenses, even when the purpose of those expenses is used to break the law. I believe Canadians reject that premise, Mr. Speaker. Canadians do not want to see any more of his fake apologies. They want real action. If he truly wants to fix this issue and re-earn the trust of Canadians, he can pay them back for the money he cost them.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, immediately after the Commissioner's report was tabled, the Prime Minister took responsibility, accepted the findings, and committed to working with the Office of the Commissioner on future personal and family vacations. When it comes to this Prime Minister and this government, we are committed to working hard on behalf of Canadians, and when the Prime Minister apologizes in his capacity as Prime Minister, as he did yesterday, to a group of individuals that have been waiting a very long time, it means something to Canadians. We will continue engaging with them. We take this work seriously, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would suspect that the House Leader hasn't quite read the document that the Ethics Commissioner put forward, because if she did, she would know that there are actually no recommendations from the Ethics Commissioner. There are findings of fact. There's a determination of guilt. That's right. All that's in there. So, to that point, Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to know is this. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, accept responsibility, and pay back that illegal gift?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, immediately following the tabling of the report, the Prime Minister accepted responsibility and he accepted her recommendations. The Commissioner has made recommendations on how to best manage the Prime Minister's family friendship moving forward, and he will follow the Commissioner's advice. We will continue to work with the Commissioner, and as it pertains to the Prime Minister's family and personal vacations, he will ensure that they are all cleared with the Office of the Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate the efforts of the Honourable Member from Milford to encourage colleagues to listen to the answers and make sure she can hear, and the rest of us can hear. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only advice that the Ethics Commissioner gave was to stop breaking the law. Mr. Speaker, that report was delivered to two people, the Prime Minister in his capacity as the Prime Minister, and the person who had the allegations against him, again, the Prime Minister. Yeah. Why does it go to the Prime Minister? Because that person decides the appropriate punishment for the public office holder. What did he do in this case? He forgave himself. Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side, we do not forgive him for this, and we want him to pay back the taxpayers. When will he do it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
We appreciate the work of officers in Parliament. The previous Commissioner, both in her report and in her testimony in committee, answered many questions related to her report. We accepted her findings and we respect her work. At committee, she also suggested and made recommendations, and that's why the Prime Minister has put a screen in place. On this side, we respect the work of all officers of Parliament. Unlike the opposition, for us, when officers of Parliament make recommendations, we take them seriously and we work with them to ensure that we follow them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
Crystal clear that we are at a turning point in the fight for women's equality. We will not let these moments pass us by, Mr. Speaker. We simply cannot. We owe it not only to the generations of amazing women who have fought hard to get us here where we are today, but more importantly, to the young women and girls who will step up and finish the job, the fight for women's equality. Time's up for words and platitudes. Time for action now. Mr. Speaker, what is the concrete plan of the Liberals to make sure that we elect more women in the House in 2019?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I applaud my colleagues' efforts to make this place better and safer for more women. Just like her, and I'm sure so many in this House, I want to see more women running for office, getting elected, and being successful when they're here. And so it is incumbent upon all of us to do what we can to make this somewhere where women can be successful, where they can thrive, and where they can feel safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
Mr. Speaker, this is a moment that we need bold actions, not just platitudes. Et comme le Premier ministre.
And since the Prime Minister has said that he will guarantee incumbents and allow them to keep all of their seats, a quick calculation makes it clear that if you actually want parity, he'll have to get 116 women to run in the 155 remaining ridings. Well, I'd like to see that, Mr. Speaker. Parties have been working on this for 151 years. Today, we need concrete action. So, Mr. Speaker, can the government say what they intend to do to ensure that we can elect more women in 2019? The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you once again to my colleague. I'm very pleased to show that there are a lot of strong women here working hard for Canadians in this place. And I think that everyone in this place should encourage more women to come forward and to ensure that when they are here in this House, when they are elected,
and that they're able to thrive and to do well here. And so, Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House can do more to reach out to women, to encourage them to run, and to make sure that they're successful and elected here in the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, for 31 days now, it's been illegal to pay men more than women in Iceland. This is the first country to impose pay equity. In Canada, we have a Prime Minister who calls himself a feminist. That's great. But if we want real change, we need more than election slogans. We need to make this a reality. Real change needs to be reflected in women's paychecks, so women don't see their male colleagues who do the same jobs earning more than them. When will the government make pay equity a reality? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Participants in our economy, and they deserve equal pay for work of equal value. Our government is working with the public sector unions. We are working with public servants, and we will achieve exactly that.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
2 years ago this week, Parliament voted for New Democrats' motion on equal pay for women, but we still haven't seen any legislation to protect equal pay in law. Liberals promised pay equity, but shelved it until 2018. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's 2018. Time's up! Words are not enough. Women want concrete action. We've waited far too long already. Can the Prime Minister explain to women in Canada why they should have to wait another day to be paid the same as men?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we are working in consultation with the unions, public sector unions, and the CLC, Unifor. We're working broadly in Canada. First of all, our government has restored a culture of respect with our labour movement in Canada, and we've also made it very clear that our government, as a feminist government, is committed to pay equity, a proactive pay equity system, and I can assure the honourable member we are moving forward with exactly that.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of Canada, a Prime Minister has been found guilty of violating the ethics and conflict of interest rules. He travelled illegally using taxpayer money for a trip that was worth more than $200,000. He says he's taking responsibility for this. Can he or his leader tell us why the Prime Minister wouldn't pay back Canadian taxpayers for this? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner, in her report and in testimony, answered many questions concerning the report. We accept the conclusions of the report and respect the work. On this side of the House, we respect the work of all other parliamentary officers, unlike the opposition. When senior officials make recommendations, we take them seriously, and we work with them to ensure that we follow their recommendations. Furthermore, the Prime Minister has committed to submitting all of his travel plans to the Commissioner of the Future. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I can't understand why the Leader is just repeating these talking points. The Prime Minister paid for a holiday with taxpayer money. This was illegal. He was found guilty of violating not one but 4 sections of the Act. All of the members have to respect the Code of Ethics here. The Prime Minister was found guilty, and he should pay back the money. Other people have had to do that. It seems that there are two sets of rules here, one for the Prime Minister and one for other members and for other Canadians. Can he not simply pay back the money that he took out of taxpayers' pockets? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, if the opposition is going to ask the same question, they're going to get the same answer. The opposition has been asking for weeks and months for this report to be tabled. Now that the report is tabled, the opposition is refusing to accept its results and conclusions. As for us, we thank the Commissioner, we accept her conclusions, and we will follow all of her recommendations. Thank you.
Opposition House Leader. Order.
Okay, so by not paying back these expenses, the Prime Minister is basically telling all of us, as members of Parliament, that it's okay, go ahead, take a really expensive trip as a gift, don't report it to the Ethics Commissioner, mislead everyone about the details for years, deny for a year, and then when you get caught, just say, oh, I'm sorry. Wow, what a sweet deal, Mr. Speaker. When will the Prime Minister see how arrogant and entitled he is by not paying back these illegal expenses?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said time and time again, we on this side of the chamber, we respect the work of officers of Parliament. Immediately after the Commissioner's report was tabled, the Prime Minister took responsibility and accepted her recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the opposition for weeks, months, has been asking these questions, demanding the report. And now that the report has been tabled, they refuse to accept the conclusions. Mr. Speaker, on our side, we thank the Commissioner, we accept the findings, and we will follow every recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
The conclusion is that he's guilty, which is what we have been asking about for the last year, and he has been denying. When he took this illegal trip, he forced the RCMP to be complicit in these illegal expenses. He's now forcing taxpayers to be complicit. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Now, when will the Prime Minister own up to the wrong that he has done? Be a leader for once. Take responsibility for what he's done and pay back those
Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the previous Commissioner, both in her report and in her testimony in committee, answered many questions related to her report. We accept her findings and we respect her work. On this side, we respect the work of all officers of Parliament. What is clear, the previous government, the Conservative way, was to undermine officers of Parliament. That is not our approach. We respect the work that we do, we accept the findings, and we will take her recommendations. Moving forward, the Prime Minister will clear all family and personal vacations with the officer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner was very clear. The Prime Minister should have never gone on his fancy private island vacation. The trip was deemed to be illegal. Therefore, the $200,000 bill he sent to Canadians to pay for it is invalid. While the Prime Minister has a family fortune, many Canadian families are struggling to make ends meet, living paycheck to paycheck. So why is this wealthy Prime Minister thinking it's okay to send taxpayers the bill for his illegal vacation? And when will he do the right thing and pay them back?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The case for past Prime Ministers, and as is the case for this Prime Minister, whenever and wherever the Prime Minister travels, there are costs related to security. We always accept the advice of our security agencies as to how to best ensure the safety of the Prime Minister. As the Prime Minister has said, going forward, he will engage with the Commissioner's office to discuss personal and family vacations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister may not want to answer questions in here, but he cannot hide from what the independent officer of Parliament concluded about his conduct. On the charge of improperly arranging his personal affairs, guilty. On the charge of accepting illegal gifts, guilty. On the charge of illegally accepting a ride on a private aircraft, guilty. On the charge that he engaged in illegal government business.
Order. Order. As I have heard speakers, presiding officers say before in this place, we don't have chanting. We have one person asking a question, one person answering, and let's have the rest of the question.
On the charge that he engaged illegally in discussions about government business, guilty. The Prime Minister is guilty of breaking the law on 4 separate occasions. Why doesn't he do the right thing for once and pay back Canadian taxpayers?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has answered these questions repeatedly, and since the new year, the Prime Minister has answered a number of questions from Canadians across the country in open and public town halls, including tonight when he will be present in Winnipeg answering questions from Canadians directly. And Canadians continue to be concerned about jobs for the middle class and those working hard to join it. With our plan, Canadians have created 422,000 jobs in 2017, the best single number since 2002, and the unemployment rate is at its lowest since 1976, Mr. Speaker. We understand the opposition for not wanting to talk about the economy because they know that the economy is doing well with our plan.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, since the shutdown of STC, people living in Saskatchewan are risking their lives hitchhiking just to get around. In November, mental health counsellors went public with fears for northern Saskatchewan residents that the situation would lead to a new highway of tears. The cancellation of STC made it difficult for families to testify at the only missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls hearing in the province. Will the government allow this situation to worsen, or will they step up to prevent a new highway of tears?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for raising this very important issue, as she knows full well that this is an issue that we are working on. We'll work with her office to make sure we take the appropriate steps that are required and needed to address the issue in a meaningful way. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Churchill, Huatanook-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, Tina Fontaine, the Highway of Tears, the list of symbols representing the tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women is long. There is not one Indigenous community in this country that has not been touched by this epidemic. And while we have to deal with the ongoing impacts of colonization, Indigenous communities deserve action now, in real terms, including through safe transportation. So will the government move from words to action and at least start by funding, in part, safe transportation along the Highway of Tears?
Minister of Infrastructure.
I've been working with the province of Saskatchewan on a number of projects, including improving public transit system, many of their communities through our investments that we have made into Budget 2016, and we will continue to work with the province to make sure that every person that needs public transportation have access to public transportation. The decision made by the provincial government to cancel that regional transportation system is their decision and is their responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is unusual, but I'd like to pay tribute to a Liberal minister. A year and a half ago, the Minister for Indigenous Affairs made a mistake and used limousine services and then sent the bill to taxpayers. She was caught, and she herself decided to pay back over $3,700 to taxpayers, which is what should be done. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the Prime Minister was also caught. Now, he was caught of having violated 4 ethics rules, but he's refusing to pay back Canadians. Now, it's Wednesday, it's the Prime Minister's Day, so perhaps the Prime Minister could rise. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I said immediately after the report was tabled, the Prime Minister took responsibility and accepted the Ethics Commissioner's conclusions. He is committed to submitting his personal travel plans to her ahead of time in the future. For weeks and months, the opposition has asked for this report to be tabled. Now that it is, the opposition is refusing to accept its conclusions. On our side, we thank the Commissioner, we accept her conclusions, and we will be following all of her recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, with all of the respect that I have for the government leader, rather than reading texts read by by other people, she should read the Ethics Commissioner's report, which says that the Prime Minister violated 4 rules. Also, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs at the time said that Canadians expect a certain standard. Now, can the Prime Minister tell us if not reimbursing $200,000 for an illegal trip is responsible, and if that reflects Canadians' standards? Canadians want an answer. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as has been the case with previous Prime Ministers and the current Prime Minister, there are costs associated with security with this. I have a lot of respect for the member across the way as well, but we need to accept the conclusions of this report and the Ethics Commissioner's work. That's exactly what we've done. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the situation was a reminder for all of us to be extremely careful about our expenses and about the public trust we wield. Not my words, Mr. Speaker. Those were the high-minded sounding words of the Prime Minister as he stood in front of his cabinet a couple of years ago, referring to the then Health Minister and thousands of dollars of inappropriate travel expenses. That minister did the right thing. She repaid Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister do the right thing, attempt to regain public trust, and repay Canadians?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the security agencies make determinations on what is needed to protect the Prime Minister, as they have done for previous Prime Ministers, and we will follow their recommendations. The former Commissioner has acknowledged that these costs are incurred as part of the role of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will continue to work with the Commissioner's office to clear future family vacations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, when his minister misspent thousands of dollars in improper travel expenses, she apologized, she repaid those misspent expenses, and the Prime Minister preached about recognizing the public trust. Now, in another flagrant display of double standards, he not only refuses to do the right thing, but he demeans his House Leader by forcing her to recite his empty lines. When will the Prime Minister do the right thing and repay Canadians?
Government House Leader.
This question on numerous times, and I will tell you there's a really tough conversation taking place across our country and around the world. This person, the Member of Parliament for the riding of Waterloo, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, and the Government House Leader is not forced to do anything. I'm proud of the work of this Prime Minister. I'm proud of the work of this government, and no individual will tell me to do something because I respect the Charter of Canadian Rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I know that I have rights and freedoms, and I will do my best to represent my constituents and my stakeholders. When it comes to this report, the Prime Minister has accepted responsibility. We will continue to work with the office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals broke their promise to make the Guaranteed Income Supplement available to all seniors. According to the Quebec Federation of Seniors, approximately 450,000 low-income seniors are currently ineligible for the GIS because they're not registered. That's unacceptable. Furthermore, the majority of seniors living in difficult circumstances are single women. When will the Liberals, who call themselves feminists, keep their promise to automatically register all seniors for the Guaranteed Income Supplement? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All members of this House know how important it is that Canadians, and especially the most vulnerable Canadians, receive the benefits they have a right to. We have implemented over the past few years not only changes and improvements to the GIS, but we also, over the past few weeks, have implemented measures that will allow those most vulnerable seniors, including women, be able to quickly access benefits they are entitled to. And we will continue to work very hard to ensure that this process continues. Thank you.
Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, too many seniors are being left behind, and single women are particularly vulnerable. For women over the age of 75, poverty is almost double what it is for men. Mr. Speaker, Canadian seniors should not have to struggle to make the most basic of ends meet. When will this government commit to a national senior strategy that actually benefits the many senior women living in poverty today?
The Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted and very grateful for this occasion to signal two things. First, how much we've worked for seniors over the last 2 years, an increase in the guaranteed income supplement of up to only almost $1,000 for 900,000 vulnerable seniors across Canada, taking 13,000 of them out of poverty. 90% of them are single women, single female seniors, very vulnerable ones. And the second thing we've done in the last few weeks is to make sure that we have the mechanisms in place to ensure that all seniors and all Canadians have access to the benefits of which they depend and which they deserve.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, last year I had the privilege to travel with the Standing Committee on National Defence to Latvia to witness the important work our women and men in uniform accomplish overseas as part of Operation Reassurance. I understand that new Canadian personnel have recently left for Latvia. Also, HMCS St. John's just dispatched to the Baltic Sea for a 6-month deployment. Can the Minister of National Defence update this House on our contribution to the security in Europe?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from the Kingston and the Islands for his question and his hard work. Canada is actively contributing to NATO's efforts to support global stability and deter Russian aggression. In July 2016, the Prime Minister announced Canada would lead a robust multinational NATO battle group in Latvia. In addition, Mr. Speaker, through Operation Unifier, we're also assisting Ukraine armed forces with military training. Mr. Speaker, these efforts represent Canada's largest sustained military presence in Europe in more than a decade. And today, I'm very proud and honored to welcome to Ottawa the Latvian Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, out of 86 cannabis producers licensed by the federal government, 35 are receiving financing from unknown investors in tax havens. And these are huge investments. Be it the liberal elite or unknown investors, no one invests millions of dollars without being sure of turning a profit. Can the minister confirm today that the unknown investors are not part of organized crime? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The health and safety of Canadians is our priority. We have ensured that security investigations are very important for all those occupying key posts in organizations. We also make sure that investors owning more than 25% of shares have also gone through clearance. We have reached agreements with provinces and territories to make sure we know who owns companies and to make sure that there is no money laundering taking place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask the question again. We know that there are 86 cannabis producers and 35 are receiving financing from tax havens, and that could be organized crime. Can she ensure that before she goes further with C-45 that she's going to do her homework and make sure that there is no organized crime involved in these legal companies? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'm going to repeat that the health and safety of Canadians is our priority. We are proposing that there be security investigations into those occupying key positions in companies. There will be a check of their records and the records of major investors, those owning more than 25% of shares in companies. Also, we've reached an agreement with provinces and territories in order to make sure who owns the companies and to make sure that there is no money laundering and other tax schemes or criminal activities.
Mr. Speaker, today injured veterans announced that they are taking their case to the Supreme Court. The Prime Minister promised these veterans lifelong pensions that they would end, that they would not need to fight him in court. He's broken those promises to our vets. Under this Prime Minister's watch, the number of veterans waiting for disability benefits has ballooned to a backlog of more than 29,000. Rhyming off a list of benefits that veterans can't access won't cut it. When will this Prime Minister stop fighting veterans?
The Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Speaker, we value the contributions that veterans have made in protecting the peace and security of Canadians at home and around the world. And our government took immediate action to address many of the issues raised in this case. We increased pain and suffering compensation for all injured veterans. We created an additional pain and suffering compensation award. We increased income replacement. We invested in education and career transition services for veterans and their families and enhanced mental health benefits. Veterans asked for a pension for life option. We delivered. Our newly announced plan is monthly and tax-free, and we will continue to do everything we can.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the veterans made the solemn decision to be heard at the Supreme Court. In 2015, the Prime Minister had promised with his hand on his heart to give them a true lifelong pension. The Prime Minister had also promised that never, ever would veterans have to go to court to get what they were entitled to. This is another broken promise, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister honour his solemn commitment in 2015 to veterans, or will he turn his back on them? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Canada's veterans bravely defend the peace and security that we enjoy. It is our duty that when they come home broken, that we see them mend. But under the previous government, veterans came home to cut services, to closed offices, and to their voices ignored. With our recent announcement for Pension for Life, this government's total investment in veterans in 2.5 years is $10 billion. Veterans asked for a monthly pension for life, for enhanced supports, for a simpler system, and Mr. Speaker, we delivered and we will continue to deliver.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to talk about feminist foreign policy. However, they continue to sell weapons to Saudi Arabia, a country that has a dismal human rights record, especially when it comes to women's rights. So my question is this.
Prime Minister feel about making Canada a nation of feminist arms dealers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we condemn all violations of human rights and call for their protection both at home and abroad. Canada expects the end user of all exports to abide by the end-use terms of the export permits. Canada has directly engaged Saudi Arabia to underline the importance of ensuring its security operations respect international human rights law. We've engaged repeatedly with Saudi leaders and authorities on the protection of human rights, and we will continue to do so.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, it isn't just the RCMP that is failing to address complaints about sexual assault in its ranks. It's been 10 long months since the Canadian Armed Forces promised to review a large number of sexual assault complaints they had previously dismissed as unfounded. These women were brave enough to come forward, and the Liberals are using protecting their privacy as an excuse to do nothing. Will this government commit today to stop stalling, show women the respect they deserve, and immediately take action? Hear, hear.
Well, Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we remain fully committed to ensuring that the military's culture reflects respect and dignity for all. The Sexual Assault Review Program is being created to implement an open and transparent review mechanism of all sexual assault cases labeled as unfounded. The program intends to include participation of external stakeholders to ensure that the review process of unfounded cases is more effective. In order to protect the privacy of individuals, the military police is working with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner to ensure that the review process is made in accordance with the laws and regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Mr. Speaker, we all know pipelines are the safest and most environmentally friendly way to transport energy. While this Prime Minister waffles, the British Columbia government adds another roadblock on the Trans Mountain Pipeline, putting the project on life support. Canadian jobs, Speaker, are at risk. To make matters worse, a growing number of Canadian drilling companies are moving south of the border for brighter prospects. Many admit they may never come back. When will the Prime Minister step up and protect Canadian energy jobs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable member for his question. We stand by our decision to approve the Trans Mountain expansion, just as we stand by our commitment to all Canadians to implement world-leading measures to protect the environment and our coasts. The decision we took on Trans Mountain expansion remains in the national interest, and that has not changed. The project is subject to 157 legally binding conditions to protect the environment and ensure it moves forward in the safest, most environmentally sound manner. Our historic investment in the $1.5 billion in the Ocean Protections Plan builds on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today the price of Western Canadian oil is some $20 less than the market price, and shamefully our colleagues in the NDP applaud that, Mr. Speaker. Put another way, Mr. Speaker, this financial loss is the equivalent to one hospital being built in the United States every week instead of here in Canada. One school every day being built in the United States and not here in Canada. So when is the Prime Minister going to stand up to this BC government and stand up on behalf of Canadians and Western Canadians and have hospitals and schools being built in Canada and not in the United States?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have done more to support our country's energy sector and get our resources to market in 2 years than the Harper Conservatives did in 10. We've approved infrastructure projects that will create tens of thousands of good-paying jobs across the country. Expanded export capacity for the Alberta Clipper project, the Nova Gas Pipeline, Line 3 replacement project, the Trans Mountain expansion pipeline. We support the Keystone XL pipeline. I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker. These projects and others represent tens of thousands of good-paying jobs and billions for the Canadian economy. Thank you.
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The BC NDP government is adding new hurdles to the building of the Trans Mountain project, as we just heard. The decision not only threatens important jobs in Western Canada, like in my riding, but also investor confidence in Canada's economy. Will the Prime Minister defend his government's decision to approve this project, or will it become yet another failed project by this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said a moment ago, we stand behind our decision to approve the Trans Mountain expansion, just as we stand by our commitment to Canadians to implement world-leading measures to protect the environment and our coasts. Through multiple consultations, discussions with Canadians, the decision we took on Trans Mountain expansion remains in the national interest, and this has not changed. As I mentioned before, the project is subject to 157 legally binding conditions, and our investment of $1.5 billion in the Ocean Protections Plan is another example of our leadership to safeguard our...
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill has a fine voice, but we should only hear it when he has the floor. I know that he knows that. The honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, genomics and precision research have the potential to create new breakthroughs and that will reshape medical care and lead to improvements in the lives of Canadians. Last week, the Minister of Science announced new funding for genomics and precision medicine research projects at institutions across the country. Could the Minister provide an update to this House on our government's support for this significant initiative?
Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, I was very proud to announce that along with our partners, we're investing $255 million in genomics and precision medicine research through Genome Canada and the Canadian Institutes for Health Research. The member for Willowdale is a strong advocate for improving care for Canadians, and he is right. Genomics and precision medicine have the potential to greatly improve the lives of Canadians. The research projects receiving funding will help children who are living with asthma, brain cancer, cystic fibrosis, and other rare genetic disorders.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture is being pushed aside in all international negotiations. What's the result? No one standing up for producers working hard to feed the world. Twice this week, He was asked what his plan was to compensate producers, dairy, egg, poultry producers, and twice he didn't answer. He even asked the Foreign Affairs Minister to do his own job to explain the TPP to producers. We proposed $4 billion. What's his plan?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleague's question. And the fact of the matter is, I think he's fully aware that when the CETA was signed, he saw exactly what would happen. He saw we stood behind the agricultural sector. He saw that we put $350 million in place in order to make sure that the dairy farmers were on the cutting edge, to make sure that the manufacturers were on the cutting edge. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague will find out that this government has and will continue to support the agricultural sector, including the supply management sector in this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, in this Parliament, 1 person out of 4 is a woman. That's a ratio that hasn't changed much for 151 years. The government wants ideas? Well, we have some. Currently, Elections Canada reimburses parties for up to half of their election campaign expenditures. The member for Burnaby South suggested reducing that amount for parties who do not put forward enough women candidates. Unfortunately, the government turned that down. So what is the Liberal government's plan so that we can do better than 26% of women in this Parliament? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question and for her passion to have more women in this Parliament. I share that passion, and I also think it's very important that each and every one of us in this House do everything we can to encourage women to come forward as candidates. And we need to do everything we can to support them and to ensure that they thrive and they succeed in this place. We, women here in this House, can be examples for other women, and we can make sure that there are more women who come forward. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, last year members of all parties raised questions about changes to the GIS and allowances policies for couples who are involuntarily separated. Can the Minister for Seniors tell this House what has been done to ensure that Canadian couples that have been separated for reasons beyond their control still receive the appropriate benefits? The Honourable Minister for Social Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to take this opportunity to salute and acknowledge the remarkable work of the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for vulnerable seniors. Our government committed to ensuring that couples, seniors couples who unfortunately have separated for reasons beyond their control receive the benefits that they have a right to. We've made sure that we try to follow these seniors and make sure that they get the benefits they are entitled to. We are committed to working very hard to continue to ensure that seniors receive the benefits they are entitled to.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian farmers are asking for us to do them a little bit of a favor. Can somebody please put an APB out on the Minister of Agriculture? First, India imposes debilitating tariffs on Canadian pea exports. And now our durum wheat producers are being unfairly targeted by Italy's protectionist country of origin labeling. On both of these vital issues, our minister has been nowhere to be found. He is not even being included on a critical trade mission to India next month. Why has the minister not tabled a formal complaint on the wheat issue with the WTO or CETA, and will he commit to do so today?
Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's concern. He's certainly fully aware with the issue in India that we're very disappointed the Indian government decided to put a tariff on without any consultation, not only with Canada but with worldwide. And I have visited other countries and made sure that this type of practice is totally unfair. Our officials are dealing with the countries, with India, and trying to resolve the issue.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In town halls with my community throughout the break period, I heard over and over again the concerns of the takeover of Aecon proposed to be taken over by a state-owned enterprise of the People's Republic of China. British Columbians are particularly concerned because Aecon now holds 30% of the contracts for the generating station at the disastrous Site C project. We're wondering, will Investment Canada look closely at the extra risks posed due to the Harper era investment treaty that gives China superior rights to Canadian companies if we should want to improve labour protections, environmental protections? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. She knows full well that our government has been very clear about our desire to be open to trade, people and investment. We are focused on growth and jobs. With respects to the Investment Canada Act process, she knows that the Aecon acquisition is going to go through a robust and rigorous process. We evaluate each and every single acquisition on a case-by-case basis. This is a multi-step process. I want to assure her that we will do everything we can to make sure that the outcome will benefit Canadians. And when it comes to national security, we never have and never will compromise on it.
I wish to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mr. Raimond Bergmanis, Minister of Defence for the Republic of Latvia. Tabling of documents. Order. I would encourage members to take their conversations outside. I know this is an important time when members have a chance to talk about important matters. Sometimes it's a chance for a member of the opposition or a backbencher on the government side to pin down a minister for a moment and ask them about something, and I appreciate that. But we do need to continue, so I'd ask members to take those discussions into the lobbies or elsewhere in the building. Conformément à l'article 79,13.
Pursuant to the standing order, I would like to present the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer Annual Work Plan for 2018-19.
Now, it is my great pleasure to table today, in both official languages, the third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, la procédure et les usages de la Chambre des Communes.
This work continues to be authoritative and has evolved since the publication of the first edition in 2000 and the second in 2009. I am certain that the third edition will now take its place as a respected source, an authoritative source on parliamentary procedure in Canada.
Clerk of the House, Mark Bosque, and the Deputy Clerk Procedure, André Gagnon. This impressive edition, in both official languages, of course, boasts some 1,500 pages and over 7,000 footnotes, rich in content and in history. It also reflects changes to our rules and practices as recent as from just a few months ago, notably the changes to the standing orders adopted by the House last spring. This edition is again accessible online, and for the first time it is also available as a bilingual e-book, which members will receive in addition to a print copy. Je tiens à remercier les centaines de...
I'd like to thank the hundreds of people who, from all sectors of the administration of the House, who have contributed to drafting and publishing this work.
Travail de collaboration.
This is a true work of collaboration and a proud example of the devotion and the expertise of those who day in, day out support members of Parliament in their work.
I encourage all members to read and use the third edition. While I may be in the minority who would consider this book as leisure reading, as one former speaker, Milliken, might do, I think, as a matter of fact, I assure members that they will find it to be useful and informative in the course of their parliamentary work. And I invite all members to join me in room 216 North for a reception to mark this very special occasion. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the provisions of Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the implementation report for the Nunavik Inuit Land Claims Agreement for the fiscal years 2011 to 2012 and 2014 to 2015. I request that this report be referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, under the provisions of Standing Order 32.2, I also have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the implementation report for the EU Marine Region Land Claim Agreement for fiscal years 2011 to 2012 and to 2013 to 2014. I request that this report be referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Monsieur le Président, au nom de la ministre des Affaires.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister and under the Standing Order, I have the honour to table a treaty entitled Multilateral Convention to Implement Tax Treaty-Related Measures to Prevent Base Erosion and Profit Shifting.
À Paris, le 24.
This was signed in Paris, November 4th, 2016. An agreement between Canada and the European Union on exchanging and protecting classified information, signed in Brussels, 2016. An agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Grenada on the exchange of information on tax matters, and an agreement between Canada and Antigua and Barbuda for the exchange of information on tax matters, signed in St. John's, 2017. There are explanatory notes attached.
Statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union respecting its participation at the 137th Interparliamentary Union Assembly and related meetings in St. Petersburg, Russia, from October 14th to the 18th, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following four reports of the Canadian delegation to the OSCE-PA respecting its participation at the 16th Winter Meeting of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Vienna, Austria in February, and the second OSCE Gender Equality Review Conference in Vienna, Austria on June the 12th to the 13th, the 26th Annual Session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Minsk, Belarus, from July the 5th to the 9th, and the autumn meeting of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Andorra, La Vella, Principality of Andorra, from October the 3rd to the 5th, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Aldag, seconded by Ms. DeBruson, moves that Bill S-210, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce Bill S-10, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Senator Jaffer tabled this bill in the Senate because the use of the words barbaric and cultural together in a short title reframes the discussion of crimes like forced marriage, polygamy, and female genital mutilation. Honourable colleagues, putting the words barbaric and cultural together in the same phrase is socially irresponsible, morally reprehensible, and frankly repugnant. This phrasing removes responsibility for horrific actions from an individual and instead associates the crime with a culture or a community. There is no place for phraseology such as barbaric cultural practices in today's society. This bill will remove this archaic and misplaced terminology from being referenced in Canada's statutes. Thank you.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Honorable député d'Algoma, Manitoulin.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition on behalf of the people of Sault Ste. Marie, Orillia, Coldwater, and Wawa. They are concerned by the fact that the Algoma passenger train has not yet been put back on service. These individuals say that individuals and services continue to experience difficulties and negative impacts to the economy are getting worse. They call on the Minister of Transport to restore service on this train line, which plays an important role in the north of Ontario.
Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition on behalf of constituents from places ranging from Manotick to Edmonton to Kingston to London to Canada to Markham and far beyond all of those places. These petitioners are calling on the government to abandon its plans to raise taxes on farmers and small business owners. Due in part to these petitions and to the advocacy of the official opposition, the government has begun to retreat and acknowledge its failed ways. But I trust that when they see the rest of these signatures, they will go further and abandon them altogether. Thank you.
The Member for Carleton knows that presenting petitions is not the time to engage in debate, but simply to present a petition. The Member for Yukon.
I rise to present a petition, my first electronic petition, originating in the Yukon with 7,084 signatures, who outline that the Phoenix pay system is causing tens of thousands of federal government employees undue hardship, stress, and mental health issues, and that many more have stopped reporting, and that many are unable even to review from the information they have and understand their pay to see if it's correct or not. And they also explain that the number of cases has increased to 237,000 in recent months. Therefore, these petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to take immediate and drastic measures to ensure all federal government employees be paid as per their work contracts and collective agreements. Such measures could include hiring enough professional and fully trained compensation advisors to allow every employee to review their pay, file one-on-one, and be made whole again. Given these compensation advisors direct access to Phoenix and the ability to adjust incorrect data in the system as needed, getting rid of 1-800 numbers and call centers through which no effective help can be given to employees, and providing employees with clear and easy to understand written statements of actions taken on their pay files.
Député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last August, I got a call from a citizen of Laval, which is represented by a Liberal colleague, and she didn't trust her MP, so she called me so that she could table an electronic petition, which calls on the government to back off on Bill C-45 and the legalization of cannabis. I think that young people deserve to be protected, but this bill does not allow young Canadians to be protected. So this petition calls on the government to take the time to review that process. Let's not destroy our youth with this bill. We have other ways to protect our precious youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition that I present today is from residents of my constituency of Saanich Gulf Islands from throughout the southern Gulf Islands. It deals with the issue of the carbon tax. The petitioners are very much in favor of a national price on carbon, uniting all provinces and creating a standard fee across the country. The purpose of the petition is to call on the government to do more and to focus on the post-2022 carbon fee, which has not yet been announced, but to ensure that it rises incrementally to at least $150 a tonne by the year 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition signed by over 50 constituents of mine in Alliance, Coronation, Forsberg, Alberta. They're very concerned about this government's draconian tax changes to small businesses, farmers, and other private corporations. They call on the government to extend the consultation period, not implement any changes until the law is passed, provide documentation that the Liberal government actually considered alternatives and amendments, or a detailed explanation as to why not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, presentation the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
My honor to present a petition today on behalf of citizens who are concerned about the health of Lake Winnipeg. Currently, the state of North Dakota is progressing with two water projects that raise concerns about dumping new water into the Lake Winnipeg Basin, which presents a threat of invasive species as well as increased nutrient loading. And the recommendation in the petition is for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to refer these two projects to the International Joint Commission. I wrote her a letter months ago and have yet to receive a response. We're hoping she might respond now with the petition. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, presentation de petition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Senate resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill S2, Strengthening Motor Vehicle Safety for Canadians Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to rise on this bill and commend as well to my colleague, the member from Trois-Rivières, who has not only done an excellent job on this bill, but has also been very constructive in his approach to S2. S2 is an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and make consequential amendments to another act. But most importantly, this is about providing auto recall for Canadians. The problem that we're faced with here, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that this bill is so underwhelmingly negligent to fixing the problem. It's nothing short of breathtaking given the tragedy that's taken place and given the historic recalls that's taking place in auto manufacturing. Right now, the Takata airbag scandal affects every motor vehicle, and Canada is basically at a spot where we have to beg for inclusion. We have no rights whatsoever with regards to consumer safety protection, and this bill is such a weak response, I'm rather shocked. The member from Trois-Rivières proposed 15 amendments in the committee, and none of those amendments were actually taken by the Liberals. And that's shocking, Mr. Speaker. The previous Conservative government tabled a bill for auto manufacturing recall prior to the last election, and I believe it was Bill C-62. They only had 2 amendments to this legislation, so we know that all of it is a tweaking of Conservative legislation that took place. And so it's not surprising that there is only a couple of amendments from the Conservatives. But I thought the election, where I heard from Canadians, was that they wanted more consumer safety and environmental protections. And this bill is a slap in the face of that. And it also becomes a wider problem, Mr. Speaker, given we have Volkswagen right now with an offence with regards to auto manipulation and recall that is not only being criminally investigated in the United States but other places in the world. But we have the Takata airbag, as I mentioned, as prime examples of current standards that Canada does not get and will not get with this legislation. This is the ironic thing about that, is that we will be marginally improved with regards to auto recall in this. The first and foremost thing to recognize, though, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a significant consumer and environmental protection thing that all of us should be primarily concerned in this chamber, in this country, to be competitive. Now, I want to actually talk a little about why it's even more important. It's because of our diminished capacity under the new auto revolution that's taking place for manufacturing. We are becoming more dependent than ever before than on any other time on foreigners to produce the vehicles necessary for a modern economy and the transportations used for personal and social use in our country. They affect the air that we breathe, the safety that we have, and also the way that we're able to compete in the world. And because of successive Conservative and Liberal governments and their inaction on the auto file and their trade practices, Canada has gone from number 2 in the world from auto assembly to 10. What that means, Mr. Speaker, is that we are increasingly dependent upon foreign vehicles coming into our country and that are utilized, again, for safety, air quality, and personal use and business use. That should actually slant us in a direction to having more accountability, because the corporate boardrooms in Beijing and in New York and in Washington and other places in Europe are now making decisions more exclusively on how you and your family are treated for safety, consumer selection, and environmental degradation related to the use of automobile and other manufactured vehicles. And it's astounding that we would not want to be on the forefront of that. And, Mr. Speaker, one could only look at the issues related to software and the manipulation of it, the difficulty to actually define what problems are, and the consequences as motivation enough to be more significantly, importantly, proactive on this issue. And the legislation, as noted by the member from Trois-Rivières, actually will give the power to the minister to do a recall. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It allows for the backroom corridors and the dark halls to make the decisions that will never even come to conclusion in the Parliament. It becomes an exclusive decision by the Minister of Transport, and he can do side-off deals in privacy that we will never know about. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. I was very active on the Prius and the Volkswagen file, so Toyota and Volkswagen in particular, those issues very much related to public safety. With Prius and Toyota, it was a denial by the government, by Toyota at that time, that it was software that was causing a braking problem in their vehicles that were costing people their lives and consumer accidents and a series of different things. And Mr. Speaker, I will tell you that it got such heightened activity in the United States that when it was all said and done, their consumer, their society, and their safety was well more advanced than it was in Canada. Sadly, this bill will not improve that situation at all, really, in Canada.
Shame.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is so modest that we would not even see the same reciprocity that U.S. consumers and public safety advocates would have gotten with regards to the Prius and this treatment. In fact, CEOs of Toyota went to Washington, basically in front of Congress, in front of the Senate, apologized. They never did the same here in Canada. They knowingly and willfully misled people who not only bought their products, but people that actually
are in about their products, being the vehicle itself on our city streets, going to our soccer games, going to our schools, going to our different places of work, and knowingly misled along the way several ways. The United States took this far more seriously. What did they get out of it? They actually have more research and development as a decision with Toyota over it. Consumers got a better treatment than those in Canada here, and there was a higher degree of accountability and conviction than there was over here.
Wow.
This will have a problem for accountability in Canada as the current law here stands. You look at the Takata airbag again. We cannot recall them as things currently stand. And if we do under this minister can cut a backroom deal with them and there'll be no consequences. We won't know. They will never be published. They will never be shown. They will never be tabled, as a member for Trois-Rivières wanted to do, once annually in the Parliament of Canada. Why would the Liberals oppose that? Why would they oppose the mere fact that taxpayers expect the Minister of Transport to protect them and their families on our streets for safety, efficiency, and for making sure the product that they buy is accountable, especially given your amount of income going towards that product, would not want to, at the end of a yearly cycle, table to Parliament at least identifying what a problem was out there, how he dealt with it, how he actually worked on behalf of Canadians for safety, consumer protection, and for accountability with, Mr. Speaker, many of them foreign companies. And I'll add this caveat to it, Mr. Speaker. Knowing this and growing up, as my father was a CEO at Chrysler, he recently passed away, but he was a CEO at Chrysler for many, many years, that we witnessed firsthand the erosion of the Canadian corporate boardroom as more and more decision makers were moved from Canada and put into the United States. We used to actually have a Canadian president of Chrysler. One of the biggest champions was Gilles Landry. And we had successive ones after there. Eventually what we became, Mr. Speaker, was a basic surrogate training ground for U.S. presidents at one point, not presidents, but for CEO company presidents for Americans. A successive wave of them came. And so, Mr. Speaker, things have changed over the auto industry. They've changed over a series of different reasons. But we know we have now a slanting of foreign decisions that are going to take place and influence that can affect Canadian consumers. I would suggest one needs to look at, if you're interested, the most recent one being Volkswagen, where there was a corporate, accountable, organized crime attempt to mislead not only the public, but also transportation agencies and their investigation of their products that were actually have emission devices that were built, designed to actually create different results so that they could actually claim clean diesel. There's many documentaries about this. There's many court cases. There's a whole series of things that are out there right now. But it was an entire manipulative corporate room culture that is no short of organized crime that made sure that their vehicles misled consumers and government departments and agencies about the products that we were putting on the streets and the products that were affecting our air quality. That's a reality. That not only just took place, it's happening right now, and it still continues to go on. And so what can happen, Mr. Speaker, in this scenario that's being presented in front of Parliament right now is that the Minister of Transportation could do a one-off agreement with them if they wanted to, and we would never know why. We would never know the decisions. We would never know how far it went back. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Transport should be the person that is going to stand up and is going to shield Canadians from organized attempts in an industry that is habitual and has a history of some of these practices. There's many, many out there that do not have that do not have that culture, that do not prescribe with those things. But the reality is when you go through the recall list of companies over the generations that the auto industry has been involved, is that it's an unfortunate part of what's taken place. And so, you know what? When you have 5 tons of steel and glass that needs to be safe all the time, you need to make sure that there's accountability for people. For heaven's sake, you would at least think that from a consumer protection perspective, in terms of your disposable income and the requirement to be successful in Canadian society, especially given our lack of public transportation in this country, is that there would be a genuine interest to make sure that vehicles are safe, vehicles you're going to get what you paid for, and it's going to actually find the terms and conditions that you actually agreed upon because you're paying for it over several years. This is not an income decision at the moment where you just pay it in buyer's remorse later on and you put away. This is an income purchase to a device, a vehicle that you put a baby in, that you take your loved ones to work or to play or you run your business from. It is one of the most expensive things that you will ever purchase. It is one of the most expensive things that you will purchase that instantaneously, once you do so, its market value will have eroded so significant that when people say, I'm investing in a car, you have to say, no, you're not. You're not investing in a car. It's a cost, it's a way, it's a means, but you will never get your value out of it unless you actually maybe have some luxury vehicle and hold on to it for generations to come. But you're at a loss for it. As soon as you drive off that lot, after you've purchased it, it's gone down. So my point being is there's an onus on the government to ensure the sustainability of that investment in that product. I fought for many years, and I'm proud of the Democratic caucus for many years that supported me on this, to get past the right to repair. And this shows you, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons that we need more transparency. The right to repair was finally passed as a voluntary agreement, and the right to repair was supported in this House of Commons to get to that voluntary agreement. It's like getting a field goal instead of a touchdown when you get a voluntary agreement. At least it has some elements to it, and that's what the industry wanted. But here's what happened, Mr. Speaker, and it's so germane to this, is that automotive companies were treating Canada different, especially to the United States, when it came to your vehicle repair, and that affected not only just the safety of the vehicle, its environmental emissions, and your choices of consumers. So what they were doing is they were actually, in Windsor, I could get my vehicle fixed in Detroit, Michigan by crossing over 2 kilometers, but I couldn't get it fixed in Windsor, even though it was an electronic program that cost literally cents to actually transmit to the dealer or to the agent or the business in Windsor. They prevented that from coming over in Canada. It's because in the U.S., the EPA, their Environmental Protection Act, required them, say for example, on a program or a piece of equipment or a tool or for training, that they actually had to provide that to the aftermarket. So say, for example, your Canadian Tires, your small garages, your medium-sized mom-and-pop shops, all those different places were denied even access to purchase the proper training, equipment, and software. It's becoming an issue again. They blocked that out. So what does that mean? That means that vehicles in Canada were on the road longer without being safety approved or improved in terms of maintenance-wise. Their emissions were higher, and their performance was less. And their complications for fixing those things were even heightened, or consumers had to pay more to take it to a dealership. So it's not like there isn't an organized element related to dealing with an industry at times that has been stubborn. Many of those organizations and companies finally came to the table, and I congratulate, we had General Motors at that time, we had Ford, eventually Chrysler came, but it took a long time. It took 2 years out of my life just to get that moving in Canada. Now we have some more problems on it. That's for another story, another time, but it's very much germane to this. Because I believe when you make a purchase of this magnitude, and it has such an influential life cycle for you as an individual, your family, or for the safety of Canadian people, the Minister of Transport, the best thing he can do is be transparent for all of Canada. So when you look at some of the specifics to this bill, you have to wonder why. So what has he done? He's limited some of the amendments that we had on recall and cost. So what we've done in the bill is the fines and penalties, maximums or minimums, are very much mute. They're very non-existent in many respects. They're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. Given the fact of the cost of it, and given the fact to repair it, and given the fact of the consequences of having improperly fixed vehicles and the process to actually get it done, and the inconvenience, is that we actually fine at such a low amount. Monetary penalties are capped at $4,000 for a natural person and $200,000 for a company. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'd like to say it'd be a slap on the hand, but they wouldn't even notice that. You wouldn't even feel it. You're talking about multi-billion-dollar companies. And again, Mr. Speaker, you're sending a message right there. You're sending a message that we're not serious about this.
That's right.
That's what we're telling them. And the biggest issue related to that is the basic fact that we had an amendment on that, the member from Trois-Rivières, that was not only in line with the expectations of what consumers would want, it's in line with what U.S. consumers get with regards to fines and penalties. So when we talk about reciprocity with trade and our elements related to that, and our consumer goods back and forth along Canada and the United States, myself living on the border, I can tell you this much, is that if you're going to pay and you're going to actually be involved in this market system like this, then the very least you'd expect is what your neighbor gets. We have to always, always step up to American standards on many different products and services in the auto sector, and it's excellent that we do so because we have an integrated industry and the vehicles go back and forth on the border and so forth. The very least you would expect with consumers receive the same reciprocity. The sticker price is pretty well the same. If not, we pay a little bit more. But you would expect the same element, the same bumper, the same terms and conditions for insurance, the same support for yourself as a customer for those things would be the reasonable approach if you're actually paying for it. The minister has done none of that with regards to this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time, but he's even put in this a limitation of 2 years for what he can do. Unnecessarily handcuffed himself to basically, as we've seen with Volkswagen, which became a decade of deceit with clean diesel. It's out there. It's been happening not only for just a short period of time, for a long period of time. So New Democrats are very, very much concerned with this situation. It's not even a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I must say I'm somewhat disappointed in the sense that here we have before us today consumer-friendly legislation that will ultimately benefit car owners in every region of our country. This is, in fact, a step forward. You would never know that by listening to the member across the way. Yes, there's always room for improvement. We have seen amendments that were brought forward at the committee stage, and the member is right. No, there weren't any NDP amendments accepted this time. On other pieces of legislation, there have been, unlike the former government. If there's ways in which we can improve legislation, this government has demonstrated its willingness to accept it. Because the government didn't accept the NDP amendments doesn't make the legislation bad. This is good legislation, and I'm anticipating that all parties will be supporting it. At least I'm hoping to see that, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member, would he not at the very least recognize that this legislation that we're debating today is a step forward? Maybe not as a big a step that the member across the way would have liked to have seen, but at least we are moving forward on a very important issue to Canadians, dealing with automobiles, making our roads safer, and protecting the consumers even that much more at the same time.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill originates from the Senate, the unelected chamber. When this member and his government and his cabinet wants to take this seriously and actually do his own from the democratically elected people of Canada and their expectations, the fact that there are consumers that are protected, public safety is number one, transparency and accountability is on the floor of this House of Commons at least annually at the end of the year, then we'll have a serious discussion.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. I think one of the things that's valuable with his comments, of course, he's the dean of our caucus, and so that comes with institutional knowledge. So, for example, some of the incidences that occur that he's referenced in his speech were situations that wasn't when I was in the House, for example. Now, to that end, the big question here is this: can we do better? I think Canadians expected better. And so this was, as I understand, a piece of legislation that the Conservatives in their dying days almost brought it on the floor. The government then is now moving forward through from the Senate to this House. So the question then becomes is what can we do? Of those 15 amendments that the NDP put forward, and not just NDP, the Conservatives, from what I understand, have put forward a number of amendments too. None of them were adopted. So is there one particular one that's good for consumer, that's good for public safety, that the government should have moved forward on in a bipartisan way to make this legislation better? That's the question before us. How can we make it better for Canadians?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question, and I personally find, quite frankly, I'm frustrated with the government's legislation here, and I can't believe that. I mean, here we are at a piece of legislation. And the reason it's gone through the Senate, I suppose, is because it's Conservative legislation, so they didn't want to overtly wear it, so they're trying to just basically see it as, okay, well, you know what, we did something. So they got somebody in the Senate to actually move it, and it goes to that system there as the primary source. That's why it's S2. Yeah. I mean, it's because what they've done is they've slapped a new sticker on it, and they're right, there were 2 amendments by the Conservatives on it. There are several by the NDP, but I think the most glaring one of the 15 amendments that the member for Trois-Rivières, and he actually did this, we talked about it, he did this in a very constructive manner. Anybody knows anything on the Hill here, he's a very constructive individual, not only in terms of our party and our caucus, but also here in the Hill in general. And the one is that an annual report to Parliament from the minister. Yeah. So at least we know a little bit more about the deals that he's doing behind closed doors. Yes. It doesn't even actually give a compelling story for all those things that you should know about, but at least we will know. And the interesting thing about this, and this is my frustration about it, quite frankly, is it's taken so long for us even to get auto recall. So this, this gives us auto recall after all these years, but now it's passed through both chambers. When are we going to see another amendment? Probably not till we come back in this hall after the West Block is finished and it's renovated, and this place 20 years after that is finally reopened to the public. That's when we're most likely going to see another change for that. Meanwhile, it's not only just the auto age right now that's curious in terms of its research, development, and change. It's a revolution. It's significant. It's like the platinum age of auto development right now. It's not only just the types of materials that are being used that are very unusual, it's also the technology that's there. It's all of those things that are in there in this global industry, which will be pumping in different brands, different vehicles, and different changes to our city streets and to the way that we actually move around in our society. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, one of the things in there is that if you actually have a recall that's caused death, injury, collision, or damage, the minister, under a clause for new technologies, can give an absolute waiver and carte blanche. Wow. That is astounding in this new age, that now we can have experimentation on our streets. Experimentation with tons of steel and glass. Doesn't sound reasonable.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, thank you very, thank you very much, Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Windsor West for his tour de force explanation on an issue that most of us have some idea of, but unless we're faced with it directly, don't fully understand. And I appreciate very much the explanation behind what's really at play here. I was struck, Speaker, if I can ask my colleague to expand a bit on the issue of safety recalls and how quickly, I think, again, those of us that aren't experts like him in the field do still see that whenever there's an issue of auto recall, a safety issue, the Americans seem to move very fast. And before you know it, those corporate heads are brought in publicly in front of committees and demanded to account for themselves. And here in Canada, we either get a very, light echo of that or nothing at all. So perhaps I'd ask the member to expand a little bit on the difference between how quickly the Americans move when their citizens are at risk versus what happens here in Canada.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question and his advocacy for steel because, that's part of what we've seen, the struggling elements of our manufacturing society. Canadian steel was the backbone of not only just auto industry in Canada, but also in North America. Interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, the Auto Pact, which is 1964 signed by Canada and the United States, in primarily response to developing a mature, sophisticated auto industry for both of our nations, led to us to be basically a very solid manufacturing area, including the Hamilton area. Now, with regards to the recall issue, what we're going to see now, and what we have seen in the past, is that we are very much on the defensive because of cuts, say, for example, and the member from Trois-Rivières actually had this in his amendments, was redoubling some of the supports and efforts and the availability resources of government investigative resources for auto recall. In the U.S., there's a robust, much more robust system for that. In fact, there's then later on the congressional and the Senate oversight. Here, there's a complete void of that. Yeah. So you have a system in place in the United States where it's structural, the EPA, where they're very much more solid. Over here, we are just basically docile, and we wait to see what pops up on their website, and then we decide later on if it's an issue over here in Canada. Take a look at Volkswagen right now. There's stunned silence from this government here. While criminal and other investigations go place and consumers are protected and the streets are looked at, we basically get the leftovers. Wow. So that's the philosophy that is being taken place here with regards to the current bill right now. And again, being in the auto sector for so many years and seeing the displacement, seeing the change that's happening, it's quite remarkable that we're outside of it. Canada doesn't have, say, for example, an electric modification or battery strategy for all the new technology that's taking place. We're being left out of that. So think about the fact that we are going to become more dependent upon research and development outside this country until we get a national auto strategy and rebuild ourselves to being robustly involved more than ever before, is that we will be dependent upon others for the safety of our streets, for the safety of the products that you purchase, consumer protection for the value that you put in from the kitchen table and your resources into that product, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we have taken a pass to allow a minister and basically black ops behind the scenes type of approach to allow for any type of discussion about his decisions and how it affects Canadian consumers and public safety.
Shame.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak about Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act. This government pursues the continual improvement of the Motor Vehicle Safety Act as part of its commitment to the safety of the Canadian public. The Motor Vehicle Safety Act and the regime itself include requirements that are to be followed. These can be detailed technical requirements, such as the regulatory standards for lighting systems. They can also be process requirements, such as how and when to notify the government of a newly discovered defect or the documentation standards around the importation of a vehicle. The legislation also includes tools for the enforcement of these requirements. This government considers safety to be of paramount importance, and this bill will help improve and ensure vehicle safety for Canadians by providing a new, less onerous process for addressing contraventions and promoting compliance with the Act and its attendant regulations and standards. Since the Motor Vehicle Safety Act came into effect in 1971, the only option available to Transport Canada to address contraventions of the Act or its regulations was to pursue criminal charges. While the use of criminal charges is more appropriate for more serious contraventions, they can be too strong a response for many lesser offenses. This situation has meant that many minor contraventions are difficult to enforce because the process was too severe for the offense. Using this mechanism for a minor offense would redirect valuable court time for other key issues. Accordingly, one of the proposed changes to the legislation is the introduction of an administrative monetary penalty regime as a tool to help elicit compliance from companies. This is an efficient, effective mechanism and a less costly alternative to criminal prosecution. Administrative monetary penalties, or AMPs, are similar to traffic tickets for car drivers. When a company or individual does not comply with the legislation or regulation, the department can impose a pre-established administrative monetary penalty or fine to help encourage compliance in the future. Administrative monetary penalties are used in other Transport Canada Acts as part of their safety and compliance regimes. Examples in other safety regimes include the Maritime Transportation Security Act, the Aeronautics Act, and the Railway Safety Act. In addition, the administrative monetary penalties are used in other federal acts such as the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act. The inclusion of administrative monetary penalties in the Motor Vehicle Safety Act will not only be consistent with other federal transportation safety net frameworks, it will also result in greater alignment with the United States Motor Vehicle Safety Enforcement Regime. The United States uses a system of civil penalties to encourage motor vehicle safety compliance. The administrative monetary penalties regime proposed for the Motor Vehicle Safety Act includes maximum fine levels for violations. For individuals, the fine level would be $4,000, and for companies, the fine level would be $200,000. A violation that is committed or continues on more than one day is deemed to be a separate violation for each day it is committed or continued. In addition, a violation would apply separately for each implicated vehicle. Accordingly, depending on the scope and nature of the violation, companies could face significant cumulative fines if they are not in compliance with the safety regime. The fine levels proposed in the bill represent maximum values. The level of penalty for each specific violation would be established using the Government of Canada regulatory process, and the penalties for each violation would not exceed these levels. As the level of the penalties can accumulate, the proposed changes to the legislation include the ability to set a cap or overall maximum level for an accumulated penalty in regulations. It is interesting to note that in 2015, the United States raised the level of its cap from $35 million to $105 million, defining the specific penalty levels and caps in regulation provide the flexibility to modify the program as appropriate in an open, transparent, and agile manner. With respect to the administrative monetary penalty process, Transport Canada enforcement officers will make decisions based on the nature of the infraction as to when the issuance of an administrative monetary penalties is warranted and will notify the company or individual. Companies and individuals will have the ability to appeal an administrative monetary penalty. The Transportation Appeal Tribunal of Canada will be the body that is responsible for reviewing the case. The bill also includes necessary changes to the Transportation Appeal Tribunal of Canada Act to provide them with the jurisdiction to take on this role. If the company or individual disagrees with a penalty, within 30 days of being served a notice of violation, a person may file a request for a review with the tribunal. The review process will determine whether or not a violation has occurred. If it is determined that a violation has occurred, the tribunal will also have the authority to determine the amount of penalty. The first level of appeal will be before a single Transportation Appeal Tribunal of Canada adjudicator. Both the department and the offender will have the ability to present either written evidence or present their case in person. Following a decision from the first review process, there will be an option for an additional appeal process to which either the offender or the minister can apply. In this process, 3 different TATC adjudicators will hear evidence to assess the appeal and they will render a final judgment. As always, a final appeal may be made to the federal court as an option for the accused. These review and appeal processes will ensure that when administrative monetary penalties are used to elicit compliance, the process is fair and public. Mr. Speaker, the addition of the administrative monetary penalty regime will allow for a tiered process of enforcement, ranging from a penalty process through to criminal charges. This tiered process has been designed to be an efficient, effective, and fair process to address issues of non-compliance with the Motor Vehicle Safety Act. This process will reduce the burden on all involved parties in terms of dealing with non-criminal non-compliances. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, what has been introduced today is very substantial. A powerful suite of necessary changes to the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, which will increase the tools, enforcement measures, and industry requirements that will help ensure the safety of Canadians. These changes are not intended to be punitive to the industry, but rather to help protect Canadians. For companies that continue to be good corporate citizens that have the safety of their consumers and Canadians as part of their core interests, little will change. If companies falter in their responsibilities for their products, the tools will be available for the Minister of Transport to help ensure their accountability and to help protect Canadians. Thank you.
Questions, comments, questions, commentaires? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his speech and his work on the committee and getting this bill to third reading. We've heard through his speech that this bill provides a flexible regime and is a great bill for consumer protection. I was wondering if he could let the House know the types of expert evidence that he heard about at committee that showed in their testimony and how our bill brings forward our regulations to meet up with other countries and will improve the health and safety of Canadians.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. As he mentioned, I do sit on the committee, and we had a well-versed set of witnesses that came, whether they were representing the industry or were representative of consumers. We had a vast amount of people come that had an interest in the legislation, and I'm quite confident that we got a very holistic view and we're able to move forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased that we're debating the issue of motor vehicle safety, and certainly I would like to think that we'll be able to expand it given the horrific number of highway deaths that we're experiencing, particularly in Ontario region, and the need to look at addressing at a national level issues of infrastructure, driving, overall safety, which brings us back to the issue of vehicles. And there's many things that I think are commendable in this bill, but we see time and time again that Canada always waits until there's major legal action on recalls led out of the United States before we take action. We have never stood up for consumers or for vehicle safety until it has become made an issue in the United States. And I want to know how that operating culture within Parliament is going to change with this if we're not willing to make the follow-through as we see time and time and time again.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. Just want to backtrack a bit and discuss how we actually ended up in this situation where we are now. So first, the legislation was introduced as S6, and then there was an election. Following that, the Auditor General's report was given to the committee in December of 2016. Now, subsequently, we have S2, which takes into account the safety of Canadians, and in particular gives the minister the flexibility to actually initiate a recall. And it's this flexibility that will help make sure that we don't actually fall behind other jurisdictions or counterparts, whether that's Europe or the United States. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for Mississauga Streetsville for a very educational speech about Bill S2. I'm also very pleased that we're moving to a regime of administrative penalties that allow us the flexibility to not use criminal sanctions and clog up the courts with things that should be resolved administratively. I was wondering if the member could talk about any other, he just talked about the recall provisions, for example. Is there any other improvements in the bill that he wants to address while he has the time?
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you. I would like to also thank my colleague for the question. I know he chairs the Justice Committee, and to address that, we have brought in a regime where we don't necessarily have to go through criminal charges, which might be a little too severe, but also has the consequence of clearing up the court system, allowing for other things to be addressed. And that's pretty imperative in the legislation as well, because we balance Canadians' protections, but not being overtly punitive in our actions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to acknowledge to motor vehicle users who are following this issue that the NDP does feel staunchly, regardless of amendments being ignored, about the fact that there's been a 59% decrease in the department's budget for crashworthiness. And so I wonder if my honourable colleague can talk about ways that that is going to be addressed, if not through an actual return in the budget for that particular department, for the Ministry of Transportation. Is there some other way that this is going to be achieved?
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. My honourable colleague mentioned amendments, and I just want to say again, we sit on the committee. We don't act with any malice. We've always worked in collaboration, whether it's with the Conservative members or with the NDP members. And at the end of the day, S2, the heart of it is to protect Canadians. And we will always continue to work collaboratively with our fellow members.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member. To that end, then, I'm not on the committee, so I'm just trying to understand why wouldn't the committee, for example, support the recommendation to ensure that there is accountability and transparency in the name of safety for the public? Because after all, that's what this bill is about. And one of the amendments specifically call for standards that were to be for standards to either meet or exceed for new development in the technology in relation to vehicles. Why wouldn't the committee then support that recommendation to the government?
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I can't speak to any one specific amendment because when we are at committee, we actually take a balanced approach to adopting amendments. We did take amendments into account. So just because every single amendment wasn't added doesn't mean that we haven't worked together. And at the end of the day, like I said, S2, at the heart of it, is still protecting Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the speech, and I have to apologize because if he referenced this, I came in late because of attending the release of our new Parliamentary Book of Procedures, so I apologize for that. But my question is, does he have, and when will the text of the amendment to this current version, we know the current version of S2 is not the one the government wants to see passed because they want to undo some of what was done in the other place as amendments to protect car dealerships. I know the government believes it has an amendment that satisfies the concerns of dealers, but I'd really like to read it and study it, and I'm wondering at what point the text of that amendment can be shared with members of this place.
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
I'd like to thank the member for the question. Initially, the idea behind this was to actually update S6 as we looked at the Auditor General's report that found Canada was lacking in implementing new technologies and also falling behind its counterparts in the United States and in Europe. So the heart of S2 is actually to protect Canadians, and one of those ways of protecting Canadians is actually giving the Ministry and Transport Canada the flexibility to bring about recalls, to call a recall. Thank you.
We have time for a very short questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this is a fairly good legislation in the sense that it's consumer-friendly, makes our roads safer, and so forth. And one of the things I thought was quite interesting is within the Liberal caucus, the government caucus, there is an automobile caucus or a grouping of Liberal MPs that meet on a regular basis to advocate for the industry and for consumers on that. And I'm wondering if my colleague would just express just what his thoughts are in terms of just how important the industry is as a whole to this government.
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville in 45 seconds or less, please.
Thank you very much. We all know that the auto industry is very important, but beyond that, we take Canadians' safety as a main concern, and it is of top priority, which is why we brought about S2, which the heart of it is to protect Canadians. And like I keep saying, one of those measures being allowing the minister to force a recall or call a recall. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Loup.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy to see all my colleagues in this first week that we're back in 2018. I'm also happy to speak to this bill. It's a bill which has as its object to give the Minister of Transport greater power regarding vehicle safety, the safety of cars that are sold in Canada. So this concerns recalls. When there are problems with a car, car manufacturers must recall these cars. Now, this is not a problem that is new. There have been problems in the past, and we do have some protection, and there are powers that the Minister of Transport has. But things have, in some ways things have improved, in some ways things are worse, and I will explain this. And there was also, as we will recall, the sad Pinto memo. But I will be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague, the member for Lethbridge.
And safety. So on the first side, maybe we could say that, well, that's only concern those who work in the auto industry. So we're talking about so many Canadian workers in Mississauga, in Windsor, in Oshawa, all those strong places when we produce cars here in Canada for so many years. And thanks to the great deal that we had with America when in the 60s with President Lyndon B. Johnson, and at that time, I think it was the Prime Minister Pearson, and just behind him was the Prime Minister, just before him, sorry, not behind, before him was the Right Honourable John George Diefenbaker, who established the footprint to follow the creation of that auto pact deal with America. But, Mr. Speaker, that concerns more than those who work in this industry. That concerns each and every Canadian who owns a car. C'est pourquoi, Monsieur le Président, puisque...
And that's why, Mr. Speaker, although some may think that this has to do with car manufacturers, people who work directly in making cars, and this industry is concentrated in southern Ontario, Windsor, Oshawa, etc. It really concerns anyone who owns a car. Mr. Speaker, with the scandals that we've seen in the industry in past years, not to say past months, with the various cheating that's gone on, people have the right to know where things stand, because this is an issue of safety.
So I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, that there are some contradictory ideas here. Now, in one sense, we know that there's a problem with automobile recalls, but at the same time, you get the sense that the automobile industry themselves have actually self-regulated. So here are the figures. In 2015, 5 million vehicles were recalled in Canada. It's a huge number, 5 million. And there was also an increase of 74% between 2010 and 2015. So the complexity of new vehicles is significant. We know that cars today don't have the same components as cars in the 60s. At the time, you just had your basic braking system and your tires, and then it was good to go. But today, with all of the computers within vehicles and with all of the very, very delicate components that exist for the suspension, for example, today, vehicles are much more complex to assemble. And that's why there are so many groups that manufacture cars in municipalities in southern Ontario, for example. So on the one hand, we've seen a strong increase in the number of recalls for vehicles in Canada. On the other hand, since 1993, there hasn't been any legal case concerning recalls by manufacturers. At the same time, from 2010 to 2016, there were over 300 recalls done by the companies themselves before there was any warning from the Minister of Transport or any other relevant department. So it's true that vehicles are more complex to make. They're more difficult to manage in this environment. There are more recalls, but at the same time, the industry has really disciplined itself and has self-regulated and self-analyzed in a very effective way. So from our point of view, the industry is doing what it needs to do. We're not against the idea that the department should provide additional muscle to make sure that the industry is really doing what it needs to do. Now, sad fact, 40 years ago, the automobile industry was very strongly hit after the Pinto scandal. Now, the Pinto is a small vehicle, fairly affordable vehicle, but unfortunately it didn't work very well when it came to accidents. So there was something called the Pinto Memo. And that, Mr. Speaker, had to do with the fact that the manufacturer did a cost analysis of having a recall or not. The Pinto had a major problem in its design. The gas tank was located very close to the back of the vehicle. And so if someone unfortunately hit the back of the vehicle, it would explode and lead to tragic deaths. That said, given that situation, the authorities at the time did an evaluation. So they concluded that if all of those vehicles were recalled, it would cost $137 million. But if they didn't do that, it would cost $49.5 million. This is what the manufacturer determined. When this memo was made public in a famous trial in 1977, the automotive industry was embarrassed, as you can imagine. And this led to a major awareness that people had to act differently.
Very sad experience of what we call the Pinto Memo in the 70s. Well, today the industry is very serious, even if we had some difficulty, as we have seen in the last years with the scandal of the diesel scandal of some auto producer. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, what's in this bill? Essentially, the bill gives a little bit more muscle to the Minister of Transport to take action if he were to notice a problem. He could then order recalls and order more stiffer penalties than what we have today. Now, that in itself is not really new. When we were in power, the member for Milton, who was the Minister of Transport at the time, had put forward a similar bill, which had a similar objective and aimed for similar results. In other words, it would give more power to the Minister of Transport, to the Department of Transport, and to make it easier to identify problems if necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the substance of this bill, we have no objection. There were some amendments brought forward, some were accepted, others were rejected. I'd like to recognize the work of my colleague from Trois-Rivières, who was very, very meticulous. I don't mean that in a bad way at all. He was very, very meticulous in analyzing that bill and going over it with a fine-tooth comb. And we decided that in its essence, this bill has a noble objective which we support. But of course, we'll have to see in practice whether it is good or whether it goes too far.
Is that now the powers will be, if the bill passed, the power will be in the hand of the Minister of Transport. He's the one will call, his or she is the one will call the shot if there is any difficult times and difficulties to address. If so, Mr. Speaker, we hope that the Minister of Transport will have the good judgment to be sure that we will have the best protection for the drivers and be sure that all Canadians will be safe with that new bill. Knowing the experience of the Transport Minister, I think we are in good hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleague and friend across the way, I have confidence in our current minister in terms of making sure that this is good, sound legislation, and that, in fact, our roads will be safer as a result, and consumers will be well served by the legislation. I think it's important to recognize, at the very least, that we saw a great deal of fine work done at the committee stage, and would ask my colleague from across the way in terms of what his thoughts are in regards to. I understood that this is a legislation that actually even began, the idea of this legislation carried through in good part with the Senate and with the full support of the government looking at ways in which we can improve the legislation, but in terms of just the need for the legislation. And if he might want to provide his thoughts in regards to just how important it was that we have this debate today and see this type of legislation passed, because at the end of the day, this is something that Canadians want, would value, and ultimately will benefit by. Would he not agree?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Welcome the question of my colleague from Winnipeg North, and I'm very pleased to see him again here in the House. And we'll have some great exchange, I'm sure, for the next few months. And let me just remind you that if I have great confidence in the subject of the talk of the Minister of Transport, this is not a blank check. I recognize him as a great Canadian. I even say many times that he's one of my Canadian heroes as the first Canadian in space in 1984, on October 5th, 1984. That's the first thing I said to him. Mr. Minister, I'm very proud to shake your hand, the first Canadian in space. But let's get back now to this piece of legislation. Oh, it's time for me to get back to the track. So, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that when you have 5 million cars recalled in 2015, well, this is a signal that we cannot ignore. But on the other hand, when we see that the auto industry are very serious about themselves, made their homework, recognizing that they have made in 2010 and 2016, between those 2 years, 318 recall without any concern from the drivers, neither from the Transport Administration. So this is a good signal that the auto industry try as best as they can to auto-evaluate themselves, but on the other hand, when there is 5 million cars have been recalled in Canada in 2015, we must adopt a bill like that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie. Oh, sorry about that. I thought you were getting up to ask a question. Questions and comments. Sorry. Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
All right. Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the honor and the privilege to stand in this House today. I'm pleased, of course, to rise in support of Bill S2, the Strengthening Motor Vehicle Safety for Canadians Act. This legislation will, in fact, better protect Canadian families from the risk of dangerous defects in their vehicle. Of course, I'm a little disappointed that the government chose not to accept 2 of our amendments that we put forward during committee stage, and I will be talking about that a little bit further. However, permit me to take the next few minutes to describe the purpose of this legislation, as well as how I believe that those 2 amendments could have actually strengthened it had they been received. Now, this bill will give the Minister for Transport the authority to order companies to correct a defect or a non-compliance, and it creates a tiered penalty structure for wrongdoings that are committed under this Act, which is an excellent step in the right direction. Every single day, our children, our spouses, other loved ones are on the road. They're going to sports practices, they're going to music lessons, they're going to school, they're going to work, they're going here and there and everywhere. And this legislation at the end of the day will help to better protect those who use our roadways. The bill before us will give the Minister of Transport the power to issue a recall notice, even if the manufacturer of car parts doesn't want to take the issue before them seriously. Now, in the rare event that a manufacturer is found to be non-compliant, the Minister will actually have the power to issue fines to a manufacturer for up to $200,000 per day until direct action and responsibility is taken. Now, this gives the legislation teeth, which is something that is very good and very necessary if we want to see change. Furthermore, this legislation will prevent manufacturers and dealerships from being able to sell new vehicles and the recalled part is fixed. Now, this bill was originally introduced in the House of Commons, or something similar to it anyways, in 2015 under the previous government. The fact that the Liberals have now taken it and largely copied a portion of text from Bill C-62 as it was introduced previously is, of course, a nod in the right direction, or a nod to the excellent work that was completed by the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Caucus at this point, who was then the Transport Minister. So, to her credit. Now, what were the 2 Conservative amendments that were put forward and unfortunately not included? Well, first, the Liberal committee members chose not to accept an amendment that required the Minister to ask a vehicle manufacturer if they had internal tests or awareness of a defect before initiating federal tests on a vehicle. Now, this is important because time matters. It is of the absolute essence when the safety of Canadians is at risk. And so if a company already had this internal data on how to fix a problem, or data on the extent of the problem, we wouldn't need to spend more time trying to duplicate those tests and take action. Now, secondly, the Liberal committee members also shut down a different amendment, and that was an amendment that would have clarified the responsibility between the dealer and the manufacturer. So specifically, it would have dealt with who exactly is responsible to correct a defect before the sale of a vehicle. Now, details like this actually help to bring clarity to the bill, and they're very essential. They ensured that dealers and manufacturers understand who is responsible for ensuring the safety of the vehicle before it is actually sold. It would be a shame for a known defect to go uncorrected simply because a dealer thinks that it's the manufacturer's responsibility and the manufacturer thinks it's the dealer's responsibility, and so both go back and forth on this, or better yet, just don't even do anything at all. Now, it's important to make the points that while this piece of legislation is an excellent step to increase safety, or at least the safety standards in Canada, as a whole, our country's auto manufacturers actually do an excellent job at policing themselves and looking out for the safety and well-being of consumers. In fact, from 2010 to 2015, the number of safety-related recalls went down by 74%. Many companies have realized the risk of not issuing a recall, and so they've actually stepped up to the plate and taken responsibility when necessary to do so. Nevertheless, though few, there are some examples of companies who have delayed in issuing safety recalls in order to protect their image or their bottom line. And so this bill, of course, is an effort to deal with those situations. One such example would be the massive Takata airbag recall of 2015. Takata is a huge parts supplier to more than 19 different auto manufacturers. When defects were uncovered in their airbags, the first concern of some vehicle manufacturers was to put liability on Takata instead of fixing their vehicles that used Takata parts. Now, different manufacturers issued recalls at different times, sometimes prioritizing a recall in the United States before getting around to issuing a recall in Canada. So here's a little bit of a brief history. The first of the Takata airbags were actually recalled in 2008 here in Canada. But because Canada relied on voluntary action, few details were provided to Transport Canada. As a result, Canada failed to detect that their airbag recalls from several different car manufacturers actually all originated from this central company. So it was government regulators actually in the United States in 2014 who finally connected the dots and actually put a recall order out. Now, instead of being proactive like US officials, Canadian officials could only be reactive in this instance. So it took until 2015 for the majority of recalls to be issued for these airbags here in our country. In fact, it wasn't until 2017 that these recalls were completely cleared up. So why did it take nearly 7 years for a car company to recall all of these potentially deadly airbags? Well, the answer is Canada's laws have actually not kept pace with other industrial countries, thus putting us at a significant disadvantage. Let's look at the United States, for example. The United States is often lauded as a positive example in this area. They have much stronger laws that allow the government to enforce a recall. Until Bill S2, the one that's before the House right now, the Government of Canada is relying on voluntary compliance for recalls. Simply put, at the moment, our motor vehicle safety legislation just doesn't have teeth. It doesn't have an enforcement mechanism. And punitive damages in court are significantly lower here than they are in the United States of America. Now, this adds up to less than an incentive for vehicle manufacturers to issue recall notices in Canada, or to prioritize recalls in the United States first. Now, going back to the Takata example, once the problem was understood, there was a global shortage of the replacement airbags, which meant that it was further delayed until this problem was solved. Now, how can we ensure that Canada is treated the same as the United States by larger multinational car manufacturers? First, we need better inspection and testing when the first signs of a potential defect come to light. The legislation before the House today significantly increases the power of the minister to order tests and studies of potential defects. It also includes a significant fines, both against an individual and a company that gets in the way of a government inspector. Second, we need to increase the power of the minister to force companies to take responsibility, even if it wasn't the manufacturer, if it wasn't the manufacturer who is directly responsible, or if they didn't manufacture, I should say, the part. Now, this legislation makes it very clear that car manufacturers are in fact responsible for their final product. And if they picked a supplier with a defective part, it is still on the manufacturer to make it right for the consumer. Third, we need to give the minister the ability to initiate a recall. This applies to manufacturers who haven't identified a defect in the vehicles they sell, but could now be compelled to issue a recall if a substandard part is used in the vehicles they manufacture. Even in 2017, a decade after the first recalls, there were still new recalls being made for these Takata airbags. This legislation would have allowed the minister to actually issue a directive to all manufacturers in Canada to replace all Takata airbags, full stop. Instead, however, some Canadians found out years later that they had actually been at risk all along. Now, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is a very positive step in the right direction, and the Conservative Party is very proud to stand behind this legislation and taking it forward in order to benefit the lives of Canadians. We do believe that it will look after their safety and their well-being, that our loved ones will be protected by this legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if I may, sorry, and my apologies for the interruption. I just wanted to, on a point of order, just move a motion. There has been some discussions amongst the parties, and if I could, Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you will find the unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, when the House adjourns on Thursday, February the 15th, 2018, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, February 26, 2018, provided that for the purposes of the Standing Order 28, the House shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, February the 16th, 2018, and when the House adjourns on Thursday, April the 19th, 2018. It shall stand adjourned until Monday, April 23, 2018, provided that for the purposes of the Standing Order 28, the House shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, April the 20th, 2018.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed. The House has heard the terms in the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. We'll go back to questions and comments. Oops, sorry. We'll wait till this comes in. Okay. We'll return. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I want to speak to her about the issues of enforcement mechanisms and auto safety, because each one of us and our loved ones, when they go out after purchasing a vehicle, assume that that vehicle that will be traveling at 100 kilometers an hour on a highway has everything checked for safety mechanisms. And yet we find when there are problems, the United States has been much quicker to move to protect its citizens than Canada. We look at the issue of Denis Dubuc-Marquis, who was in a fatal car accident that was believed to be an ignition failure, and Transport Canada was aware of ignition switch problems on the Chevrolet Cobalt for at least 8 months before the safety recall. I want to ask my honourable colleague why she thinks this discrepancy between the United States, which has had very clear rules, very clear laws, enforcement mechanisms and penalties to ensure that issues of potentially faulty manufacturing are dealt with so that we do not deal with unnecessary highway deaths and accidents.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
I think it's stories exactly like this one that make this piece of legislation so important. The fact that now the Minister of Transport will have the opportunity to enforce a recall on a part that she or he becomes aware of, and to be able to really take action on that is really key in terms of being able to look after the safety and well-being of Canadians. There's no reason for an innocent person to die because of a part that misfunctions. Particularly when that is known either to the manufacturer or to a different party who could actually take action and do something about that. So it is very important that the minister be able to respond quickly and that there be teeth. And in this piece of legislation, there is exactly that, where the minister would actually be able to enforce $200,000 a day in fines for manufacturers who are non-compliant. And I do believe that that'll go a long way.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Okay. Before resuming debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the Environment, and the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, Taxation. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton-Melville.
Here.
You're here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to add my voice to Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act. I'm also pleased to see that the Liberal government is willing to take the good ideas of the previous Conservative government and carry them forward because they see the value in the content. S2 does bear a striking resemblance to Bill C-62, which was sensible legislation designed to increase our safety standards and introduced by then Minister of Transport, the Honourable Member for Milton. In my riding of Yorkton-Melville, where resource development is a key economic driver for many workers who commute from anywhere from an hour to 3 hours per day, this is important. Just like the focus on safety on their work site, the safety of their commute is extremely important to me, and so I welcome strong safety standards for motor vehicles as a necessity. S2 proposes to increase the involvement of the Minister of Transport in the area of vehicle recalls to bring Canada in line with the recall standards of other countries around the world. In Canada, the expectation is that the use of this power will rarely be used due to the willingness of the manufacturers to issue recalls quickly. However, an enforceable deterrent acts as a reminder and encouragement for appropriate corporate behavior. The Minister will have the power to issue fines to manufacturers for up to $200,000 per day for non-compliance. This affirms that the legislation is to be taken very seriously and is both legitimate and enforceable. An interesting idea in this legislation is to impose a non-monetary penalty on the company in lieu of or in addition to a monetary fine, such as a requirement for additional research and development to be implemented. I do doubt that these penalties will be imposed often, if at all, as companies would want to avoid any public embarrassment that such a fine would cause. That said, having this power will be useful for the Minister should any conflict over safety concerns arise. This Act also codifies into law what the market has set as the standard for recalls, ensuring that manufacturers are the liable party for the cost of replacing any recalled parts. Again, this is the current market standard, but ensuring that the standard is clearly expressed in the law is a positive step for the manufacturers, the dealerships, and of course, the consumers. It is important to note that while it is indeed laudable to increase our safety standards, this bill is not a response to a significant issue within the industry in Canada. Canada does not have an excess of dangerous vehicles on our roads that the manufacturers are refusing to repair. In fact, it is quite the opposite. In 2015, manufacturers recalled over 5 million vehicles of their own accord for everything from bad hydraulics on a trunk to important engine repairs. On a personal note, my husband and I have had 3 recalls on 3 different vehicles from 3 different manufacturers. In every case, they have communicated in a timely manner with specific details of what the recall pertained to, the possible safety concern, if applicable, clear indications of how, where, and when to bring our vehicle in for repair, and excellent follow-up to ensure that we were satisfied with the results. Manufacturers voluntarily do spend their time and money to ensure their products are safe and that they meet the standards that consumers expect. With the advent of social media and 24-hour news, manufacturers cannot afford bad publicity that comes with widespread complaints and potentially dangerous faults. That is why in 2016, there were at least 318 recalls issued without a complaint having been filed with Transport Canada. Section 15 of the Act gives significant new powers to Transport Canada inspectors. Some of these powers are worth noting due to how they change the current relationship between the manufacturer and Transport Canada. Considering the extent of these powers, I'll read from the Act itself, and I quote, "The inspector may enter on or enter through or over private property without being liable for doing so and without any person having the right to object to that use of the property. They may examine any vehicle, equipment, or component that is in the place. The inspector may make copies of documents that is in the place, make copies of it, or take extractions from it. User cause to be used a computer or other device that is in the place to examine data that is contained in or available to a computer system, or reproduce it or cause it to be reproduced. Remove any vehicle, equipment, or component from the place for the purpose of examination or conducting tests." End quote. Furthermore, the Act also states, any person who owns or has charge of a place entered by an inspector, and every person present there shall answer all of the inspector's reasonable questions related to the inspection, provide access to all the electronic data that the inspector may require, and so on. End quote. Perhaps now that makes it somewhat clearer as to why I highlight the good record that manufacturers have regarding the timing and issue of recalls. These additional powers can seem somewhat unproportional to any issues we currently experience with safety recalls. It is very reasonable and indeed a requirement for Transport Canada inspectors to have increased powers that go along with their increased responsibilities with this bill, and I do applaud that. However, it's simply not the case that manufacturers are hiding serious defects from both the public and Transport Canada. The reality is that the last time a Minister of Transport criminally prosecuted a manufacturer was nearly 25 years ago in 1993 when Transport Canada took Chrysler Canada to court over defective tire winch cables, and the case was dismissed in 2000. I believe that those numbers show that vehicle manufacturers are working with the public in good faith, and we ought to work with them in that same good faith. That's why my colleague for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, who is on Transport Committee, proposed an amendment to S2, which would have ensured that the minister act in good faith while exercising the additional powers granted in the Act. Her amendment stated, the minister may, by order, require any company that applies a national safety mark to any vehicle or equipment, sells any vehicle or equipment to which a national safety mark has been applied, or imports any vehicle or equipment of a class for which standards are prescribed to, if the minister has evidence to suggest that there is a defect or non-compliance in the vehicle or equipment, end quote. This amendment would have required that the minister have a suspicion of defect or non-compliance prior to ordering tests or imposing on a manufacturer, whereas the original wording insinuates the ability of the minister to order tests to prove that they're in compliance. A subtle and yet very substantial difference to expressing goodwill in government industry relationships where they are complying and have a good record. While this is not an act amending the criminal code, I believe that the presumption of innocence ought to be there for the standard in any legislation that contains punitive enforcement options. There is a balance in that, as already has been stated, the minister can issue fines of up to $200,000 a day, which is very significant, and I do again applaud that. In addition to the text above, my colleague's amendment also required that the minister consult with the manufacturer before ordering tests to determine if the company has conducted or planned already to conduct those tests. This is simply common sense in that it would potentially save the manufacturers the cost of conducting tests again, which have already been completed. Again, goodwill, recognizing the effort that manufacturers are currently placing on safety testing, along with their excellent safety track records. The Act in its current wording seemingly assumes that there's a widespread and intentional noncompliance. This is simply not backed up by statistics. Remember, there's never been a case where the manufacturer refused outright to repair a defect in a vehicle which would lead to a dangerous situation. Manufacturers are placing significant emphasis on safety already. That being said, I certainly see the need for a legislative framework to ensure that high standards are maintained. However, improvements could have been made on Bill S2, and unfortunately the Liberal members of the committee rejected my colleague's reasonable amendment. In fact, the Liberals rejected both of the Conservative amendments and all of the NDP amendments. A little confusing when we're talking about working together on committee. All of us wanting, of course, to ensure the safety of all Canadians and those traveling on our roads. I'd like to take a moment now to speak about the larger framework into which S2 will fit. The Auditor General released a report in November 2016 titled Oversight of Passenger Vehicle Safety, Transport Canada. The report was less than glowing in its review of the current state of Transport Canada. In particular, the report noted that Transport Canada is slow in responding to new risks, which poses a significant problem for a bill meant to increase the speed and clarity of recalls for Canadian vehicles. And I quote, "We found that Transport Canada did not maintain an up-to-date regulatory framework for passenger vehicle safety. There were lengthy delays, sometimes of more than 10 years, from the time work began on an issue to the department's implementation of new standards or changes to existing ones." 10 years, Mr. Speaker. The report states that Transport Canada generally waited until the United States had updated their motor vehicle safety standards. I don't understand what the point is of conducting our own research if the safety recommendations are not implemented until the United States leads the way. Canada has very different requirements than the United States does. We expect more from our government agencies than simply mirroring the actions of our neighbor to the south. We will need a nimble legislative and regulatory framework to ensure that consumers are protected while recognizing that manufacturers do indeed have an excellent track record of ensuring safety. This is something, Mr. Speaker, that does really concern me, being new in the House and exposed to how government works in a new way. As an everyday Canadian, I quite often would just get frustrated with how it seems to take so long to see any changes or improvements. Now serving on Veterans Affairs as Deputy Shadow Minister, we have 14 different reports over 10 years that have been presented through committee, and yet very, very few of those transition recommendations have been implemented, and then here we are again restudying those same issues. Again, in this circumstance, it's important that Canadians know that if their tax dollars are going to making sure, supposedly, that we have a solid framework for safety in Canada for our vehicles on the road, that we are doing things in a reasonable time frame. And this is something that deeply does concern me. Perhaps bureaucracy needs major transformation. Bill S2 does advance vehicle safety standards and is a positive step in ensuring safety. However, the Act is missing some key aspects that would have made its enforcement much more effective and fair for both the manufacturers and the consumers. We need to have accountability. There's no question about that. But again, so often when there is a positive working relationship and a sense of support for our manufacturers and the work that they do in building our vehicles, I think that positive relationship is very, very key. It was disappointing that the members of the government party didn't work with the opposition to ensure that amendments were added to the bill that I think improved that sense of working together. However, in all, Bill S2 is worthwhile and I believe will be helpful in increasing road safety. Something that, again, I say is very, very important to me as a driver myself and in response to the fact that so many Canadians, especially in rural ridings like mine, are on the roads a great deal of the time, and we have a responsibility to, again, assist in ensuring that safety is a priority for those who manufacture vehicles and also for the way that Transport Canada implements other issues in road safety. And so that's why I will be supporting this bill past third reading.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I found it interesting because on the Conservative side, there's been a couple of members that have issued concerns in regards to amendments, and it's somewhat ironic, I must say, because when I sat in opposition, the former government didn't accept amendments to government legislation unless they were government amendments as a rule. Yes, when we take a look at S2, S2, there were a number of amendments that were brought forward. The opposition amendments were not accepted or voted on from the committee. The details of that, I suspect, would probably be best found in the dialogue that had taken place in the standing committee. But I think in the concluding remarks from the member, I think she captured the essence of what I think and what I believe that people should be encouraged by the legislation, and that is that it will improve our safety on our roads. It will provide more consumer protection, and that in itself is a significant step forward. Would she not agree?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments and the question. As far as accepting of amendments on committees, you know, we can stand up, I find, in this House, again, as a new member, and say a number of things where we really have no means of giving credibility to what we're saying. So I would say that the concern for me with this particular case is there were multiple amendments put forward. And of course, everyone in this House is concerned about safety and about relationship with those who we are enforcing. And the fact that not a single one was considered of value speaks huge volumes to me. And that being said, of course, I do, again, commend the basis of this legislation and doing what we can to improve oversight. However, again, another concern that I mentioned is the fact that Transport Canada does not have a good record in responding in a timely fashion. And that is the broader umbrella of the issue here in putting forward good legislation, but whether or not it's going to be effective because of delays within the bureaucracy.
Here, here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when we talk about vehicles being recalled, I think it would be surprising, and I'll make reference to this when I provide some comments in terms of the degree in which we see vehicles of all makes and models that are in fact recalled on an annual basis. It goes into the hundreds of thousands of recalls, and this is something in which isn't new. This is something that has been happening for many, many years now. A part of that, Mr. Speaker, is we've been very much totally, especially if you compare us to other countries in the world, totally reliant on, in essence, the goodwill of many of those manufacturers. And what we have found as a whole is that, yes, there have been some encouraging signs from the industry, but it has nowhere near met what the public expectations are of responsible governance or corporations to ensure that the vehicles that are in fact being sold are of sound built, and not only that, but that there's a sense of safety behind that, so if something goes wrong, not because of the fault of the consumer, but because of the fault of the manufactured part or whatever it might be. So we're talking literally about hundreds of thousands of vehicles that are in fact recalled. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way would provide her thoughts in regards to that particular issue, just the sheer number.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the member again for his comments and his question. I do appreciate that there are far more recalls than ever before. I think we have to look at that and determine why that is. And if you take my own circumstances, one of the three was a situation where, quite honestly, significant safety was a concern for me, and it was a concern for the company as well in the recall, which they, again, I say, did a very, very good job of informing us of where the issue was, of the potential risks, to the point where they highly suggested that until we could get the vehicle in, that we not park it indoors because of the potential for a fire. So very, very committed to making sure that the people who are purchasing their products are taken care of. A lot of the issues around recalls now have to do with a lot of things in the computer systems. Back in the day, my husband could fix our car on his own, just looking at this and that and the other thing, okay, and in there and tinker. Nowadays, with the way that they're set up, pretty hard to do because you have to take it in to get the diagnosis done, and it's a computer system that is running your car. So that has made a huge difference to the number of recalls in these circumstances.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to ask my colleague, I know she indicated that she had only had fortunate enough to have 3 successful recalls. They were all replaced. I've had a couple in my career, I guess, in owning vehicles as well, and they were taken care of quickly. But I have someone very close to me now that has a situation where they've had an airbag recall and nothing has been done. And it's been practically a decade, and it's been indicated that nothing will happen out of this. And so I know she indicated that the $200,000 a day fine is significant and would probably alleviate this, but I wonder if she could just elaborate on that anymore.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Sure, and I very much appreciate my colleague's question. That's the truth of the scenario, that we can look at the overall broad picture of positive stories, but there are always some, and that's why we have legislation. That's why we want legislation that does have teeth. $200,000 a day to me is significant. Now, what the circumstances were around this particular time frame, whether or not that was something that company was facing or not, I don't know. At the same time, we need to have legislation that has teeth. There's no excuse in my books, in Canadians' books, for that kind of thing happening, where individuals have to go to court and have faced injury or whatever and not had the care by the manufacturer in those circumstances. And I think the fact that today, again, everything that happens is visible. Safety is far more paramount to a lot of companies because of the fact that negative responses from the public over the Facebook or anything like that can truly, hugely impact your business. And in that way, I see that as a good thing when that needs to be done. So again, I guess what I want to say is we want to have everything in place to deal with those circumstances when they do take place. At the same time, we want to affirm manufacturing in Canada, and where industry is doing a good job, I think we need to applaud that when that is the case.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, again, I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. When we take a look in terms of just the magnitude that I made reference to and the potential now that we are empowering the minister to ensure that these repairs are in fact done, and done in good part on a timely basis. And that's really important for us to recognize the fact that what we had prior to this legislation, or that's currently in place, and what will happen after the legislation passes. We're moving from a system where we are saying, Mr. Speaker, to manufacturing industry as a whole, that it's in essence their responsibility, and we are dependent on them to have their recalls, and as much as possible, we are completely dependent on that. There is nothing other than taking a court procedure. Whereas with this legislation, what we're going to be seeing is government empowered to be able to force manufacturers to ensure that faulty equipment, merchandise is in fact dealt with. And that is something at the end of the day that is really in the best interest of our consumers. And as I say right away, I'm anticipating I'll be able to address this particular issue, but I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way would provide some of her thoughts in regards from a consumer's point of view that this is good legislation also.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, I must say, Mr. Speaker, that was really short and succinct, and I appreciate the answer. This is the automobile industry is a very important industry for the entire country. And where should I start off by saying that as a government, and this is one of the things that I really respect about the minister responsible for the legislation. As an individual, he has done an outstanding job in bringing forward legislation that really does two things. And those two things are dealing with the protecting of the Canadian consumer on what is a major purchase item, Mr. Speaker. There are very few things in life in which Canadians will spend as much money on than buying a brand new vehicle. I've had the opportunity in the last couple of years to purchase a new vehicle. As we see thousands of new vehicles in all areas of our country being sold, these aren't items of $5,000, $10,000, $15,000. Well, you might get some really low-end newer vehicles closer to that $15,000. In good part, what you're talking about today is an expenditure of a range of, let's say, $20,000 to $60,000, depending on the type of vehicle that you're purchasing. And that is a significant commitment. And when you take a look at the average lifespan of a vehicle nowadays. And, you know, in good part, through technology, we have seen significant advancements that have allowed vehicles to last a greater period of time. The average life of a vehicle today is far greater than what it was when I was pumping gas back in the 70s, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that the complications of a vehicle and through technology and how that has changed. You know, I remember the days of being able to pop the hood of a 76 Mustang, and you would see a 302 motor along with a fairly simplistic looking engine, and you could do all sorts of wonders. Nowadays, it's all computerized. You know, you have these little gadgets that kind of plug in, and that gadget tells you what all the problems are of the vehicle. You know, in the car that I drive today, you know, it tells you how much air pressure is in each of the 4 tires, Mr. Speaker, as you drive. It's amazing in terms of the technology and the advancement that we have seen in the automobile industry. But it's also important for us to recognize, you know, one of my colleagues had spoken earlier today about S2, and I emphasized, you know, that within our government or within our caucus, there is a good number of MPs that are very much following the automobile industry because we recognize just how valuable that industry is to our country in providing those middle-class jobs, in providing the consumers a good quality product. I suspect that there's no shortage of members of Parliament that would argue and articulate as to why it is that they would like to see more automobile-related jobs. And it's not just the big factories, Mr. Speaker. There are endless parts store, piecemeal work that is done throughout the country that contribute to the construction of these modern vehicles. And today, you know, tens of thousands of people are employed directly through the automobile plants, many more indirectly, Mr. Speaker. So it is really important just to highlight the industry as a whole and just what it does for the Canadian economy. I know that this government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, recognizes the valuable contributions that those that drive this industry and provide the type of good quality jobs that are important for us, and just wanted to be able to recognize that up front. You know, we look at the Minister of Transportation and recognize, or at least I do, I must say, Mr. Speaker, recognize that the minister has actually identified an issue that has been around for a long time. It's not something that just appeared over the last year or two. You know, I can recall being in the opposition benches, and we'd often hear about recall issues and problems. This is something that's been going on for many years. And maybe it's escalated. You know, I don't know the hard numbers. I suspect we have seen an escalation in terms of the numbers because of the complications and the technology that's within our cars today. But I can tell you that there is a great deal of concern that new car buyers or purchasers have when they go out and they spend the kind of money that they are in purchasing a vehicle in hopes that not only will they have that warranty, good warranty, but that the vehicle itself is safe to drive. I think most Canadians would be quite surprised to find out the actual numbers. You know, I indicated that we were talking about hundreds of thousands every year. We're into the millions if you take a look at the overall number of recalls over the last decade, recalls of vehicles just here in Canada. You know, we have a website through Transport Canada that is developed to provide Canadian consumers. And it doesn't mean that it has to be a brand new 2018, 2017 vehicle. It goes back for a number of years where you can actually look up your vehicle on the website and find out whether or not there has been something that has been recalled on that particular vehicle. And I suspect that we have literally tens of thousands of vehicles that are on our roads today that in fact have been recalled for one thing or another, yet the driver of that particular vehicle is not even aware of that recall. I think, often, we talk about the importance of working with the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces. Our provinces are responsible for the registration of vehicles. And I often thought that part of that registration, because if I just take a look at my own province of Manitoba, when you go to that local Manitoba Public Insurance outlet and you say, it's time for me, here's my money, I need my insurance, that it would be nice if there was some sort of an educational component that is passed on to the consumer. It could be as simple as a piece of paper saying that here's the website, you should check the website. See if, in fact, there's any sort of a recall on your vehicle. Given today's computer technology, I think that the future we'll see the different levels of government working together in terms of how it is that we might even be able to improve on that particular system. The Prime Minister often says, we could always look to improve things, to make things better. I think that there's something there just to better educate Canadians as a whole in terms of the importance of watching for those recalls. The recalls really came to surface for me personally. I guess it would have been back in the 70s. And it was, I drive a Ford currently. It's not to dish a Ford, but the first recall I can really recall offhand was the Ford Pinto. And some of you of the same generation as me might recall that particular issue. And it was a very serious issue. And I think that was one of the issues that ultimately brought to light back in the 70s the importance of safety and the purchasing of a new vehicle. We make the assumption that these beautiful vehicles, when they come off the assembly line, and the many different components to it are all 100% sound and functional. And in most part, I do believe that our manufacturers provide some of the, if not the best vehicles in the world, are in fact manufactured right here in Canada. And we can take a great deal of pride in that fact. But we also need to recognize that at times, that there is things that kind of break down. And some of the things that cause a great deal of concern are those that are of a high safety value. So, for example, if there's an airbag and for some reason it's not working properly, Mr. Speaker, that airbag or the mechanism that allows that airbag to be deployed needs to be replaced. And whether that mechanism survives that first year or that second year or that third year, because it sits in that new vehicle and it's not tested through an accident, which is a good thing, but we find out that there is a fault to it, well, it's important that it gets replaced. And I would suggest to you that those are the type of recalls that are of the utmost priority. Those are the type of recalls that ultimately save lives in a very real and tangible way. So we need to look at how it is that we can encourage and promote a better sense of education in terms of ensuring that people as a whole are aware of the vehicles that they're driving and the potential problems that they might have. Airbags is an easy one to go to. There's all sorts of engine components, wheel components, you name it, and there's all sorts of issues or breakdowns or manufacturing flaws, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately do need to be addressed. And that's why
to start off with my comments, I thought it would be good just to encourage people to recognize the need to stay up to date in terms of the type of vehicle they're driving and ensuring that it is safe at all times. So when you talk about S2, I say that it protects the Canadian consumer and it makes our roads safer. And that's really what the legislation is all about. So how does it do that? Well, as I indicated, hundreds of thousands of recalls every year. In the past, or as of today, what would happen is that it's really up to the manufacturer and the goodwill or a potential court action that would cause a recall to take place. Under this legislation, we are now going to be empowering the minister responsible for transportation to have the authority to say to a manufacturer that there's an issue here and you will deal with the issue. You will have to fix the problem where vehicles will have to be recalled. In addition to that, individuals will be compensated. So they're not going to have to pay for something that's not their fault. When they bought the vehicle, they had anticipated that it was fully functional. It's not their fault if, in fact, an airbag won't deploy properly, or there's a heating element that could potentially cause a fire because of a potential short or something of that nature. It is not the consumer's fault. Well, for the first time, we are actually going to have a minister or a government that has the ability to ensure that that manufacturing defect is actually being addressed. But not only addressed, but also that it's that they're covering the cost. And that, to me, is a very positive thing. So if we are having more vehicles being recalled and fixed, and the appropriate player is actually covering the cost, I suspect what we will see is our roads will also be safer because more vehicles will have, in fact, had some of those flaws addressed and fixed. So when I look at the legislation, there's actually 6 parts to it that I would like to be able to highlight. The first one that I've made reference to is that it gives the Minister of Transport the power to order companies to make manufacturers and importers repair a recalled vehicle at no cost to the consumer. And that, to me, is a very important point. It also enables or gives the Minister of Transport the power to order manufacturers and importers to repair new vehicles with safety defects before they are actually sold. And that's one of the things that has always amazed me, that there are at times brand new vehicles that are actually sold and they have a defect in them. And it's a known defect. Well, now we have in place through this legislation the power to ensure that where there's an issue of safety, and even beyond that, Mr. Speaker, is in fact being addressed. And that is something, again, that I see as a very strong positive. Through this legislation, we're going to allow the Transport Canada to use monetary penalties or fines to increase safety compliance and to enter into compliance agreements with manufacturers to take additional safety actions. Mr. Speaker, what I see within this legislation, and I realize when I look at the clock that my time is really running out, there's so many positive attributes. I listened to what opposition members had to say about it. I understand and I appreciate the fact that we could always do better, but in 2 short years, we have a minister with the government, with a strong minister that's come forward and brought forward legislation that will benefit our consumers and that will make our roads safer.
I believe at the end of the day that all members should support this legislation because it's sound legislation and will be a good thing to see passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to the member from Winnipeg North's speech, and I think there's something revealing in it. Of course, we all acknowledge there's improvements in this bill, and we'll be supporting the bill. But the peculiar thing to me is he expressed his concern about the big car manufacturers and the consumers, and the one he left out is the people who are stuck in the middle when it comes to defects, and that's the car dealers. And in the committee, they actually took out the provision that would have indemnified car dealers and protected them against the losses they incur when they're forced to hold automobiles that are under recall, and it would have made the big car companies responsible for those costs. And the Liberals deliberately took that section out of the bill in committee. So I wonder what the honourable member has to say about that, because of course consumers should be protected. I'm not so concerned about the big auto manufacturers as the member seems to be, but I am concerned about the car dealers in my riding who end up holding a stock of cars they can't sell until those defects are fixed. So why was that section taken out of the bill at committee?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
My understanding is that within this legislation, it's not the purpose of the legislation is not to regulate commercial activity between the dealerships and the manufacturers. The dealerships will also benefit with the recall legislation and the powers that the minister has been given. At the end of the day, there was a great deal of debate and discussion about amendments, and I suspect that a lot of the details and maybe answers that the member might be looking for could probably be found in the discussions that have taken place at the committee stage.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I consider the bill that we're seized with today, I can see that it's really based on common sense. My constituents in Gatineau, like many Canadians, depend on their vehicles, whether it's for utilitarian trips or covering larger trips between cities. So to me, this is a bill that protects consumers and that ensures that consumers' interests are protected and that is proactive. And I think that when it comes to the people who commented on the bills, this is really what they said. And I wonder if my colleague experienced the same thing with his constituents, that really this is just a proactive bill based on common sense that is really relevant to his constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that my colleagues, constituents in Gatineau, as my constituents in Winnipeg North, will be very happy with this legislation. As I say, consumers benefit, our roads will be safer. It's good legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for... Whoops. You have questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Monsieur Garneau, appuyé par...
Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. Hussein, moved that Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a third time and do pass.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Okay. Call in the members. Very good.
La question est...
The question is as follows. Order, please. Mr. Garneau seconded. Move that Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure? Will all those in favor of the motion please rise?
Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nolt.
Mr. Nolt.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chauvins.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massier Vignon Métis Matan Metapédia.
Mr. Massier Vignon Métis Matan Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Monsieur Blaney Belchasse, les Échemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Belchasse, les Échemins Lévis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon, Stormer, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlesford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Miss Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Miss Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion voient bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 296, 296. Nays contre 0, nil.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M124 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Reyes. Question is as follows. Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Reid, moved that in the opinion of the House, within 12 months of the adoption of this motion, A, the government should follow the example of other Canadian police forces, an act to save hundreds of lives each year by equipping all RCMP vehicles with automated external defibrillators, AEDs, and B, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security should undertake a study to determine the availability of AEDs in first responder vehicles across Canada and make recommendations to the House in that regard while respecting the jurisdiction of other levels of government.
My left, in favor of the motion, will please rise.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinski.
Mr. Glinski.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Marcil.
Mr. Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Barsalou-Duval.
Marcelo Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. À gauche.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes. Rangé à ma gauche.
Ms. Van den...
All those to my left.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Guerrero and Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore. Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row to my left.
Sarah.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertol.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, Northumberland, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, Northumberland, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly. Premier rangé à ma gauche.
First row to my left.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Mucat.
Mucat.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West. À ma droite, qui a pris la motion, va être bien.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. In favor of the motion, rather.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Matsby, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Monsieur Spengeman.
Ranger à ma droite.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Ziorio.
Monsieur Ziorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Colton Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky.
Correction, Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
And Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Now Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
À ma droite.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Monsieur Lausanne Chanté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Chanté, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
À droite.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sagan.
Mr. Sagan.
Mr. Petitpot Taylor.
Petit Pot Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodell.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Tout ça à ma gauche qui...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row to my left.
Opposed. Troisième rangée.
Third row to my left.
Deuxième rangée à ma...
Second row to my left.
Premier rangée.
First row to my left.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien...
Let all those to my right who are opposed to the motion please rise.
Fifth row to my right, fourth row to my right, third row to my right, second row to my right, first row to my right.
Yeas pour 296, 296. Nays contre 0, nil.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
Declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-348 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Ms. Hardcastle, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that Bill C-348, an act to amend the Department of Employment and Social Development Act, Persons with Disabilities, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cusi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Borsalou-Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Spanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Spanish Gulf Islands.
My left.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Oh, at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grail and Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Blake.
Mr. Blake.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Oh, at my left.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Oh, at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Monsieur Milcare.
Milcare.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Khan.
Fourth row at my left.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Third row at my left.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
First row at my left. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Vignon Lamétis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Vignon Lamétis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schulte.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsby Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsby, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin. Sorry, correction. Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldfin Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Damoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrinnan.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
My right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Yeas pour 133, 133. Nays contre 163, 163.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:29 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Resuming debate on second reading of Bill C-365, an act to amend the criminal code clarifying in the name of Mr. Arnold.
I just want to remind members that the House is continuing on with its business, so I would ask people to please take their conversations outside.
We shouldn't be the only one allowed to wear one.
Est-ce que je dois vous demander? Oops. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, I had 2 minutes a long time ago on this particular bill, C-365, and of course we're now resuming debate on what I believe is a very, very important bill put forward by my colleague, C-365. In those brief 2 minutes that I had before the Christmas break, way back in 2017, I did a little bit of a reflection on the BC wildfire season, and then I also talked a little bit about how disappointed I was that from the initial signals from the government that they would not be supporting this bill, and to be honest, I found that very concerning and distressing, and to be frank, a little bit shameful, because this is an important measure that I think has been put in place and will ultimately help to protect lives. So I think what I need to do at this point where I pick up is explain what the bill is about, and then bring it back to why it is so important for our firefighters, our men and women who respond every day to very difficult situations. And I think it's also important to note that this bill has massive support from the people that would be most impacted by it. And of course, that's a number of our different associations. So we actually have really positive support from across this country, but unfortunately, it doesn't appear that the government's listening. So what is it that this bill proposes to do? It proposes a new and specific offense for theft of firefighting equipment that causes actual danger to life. And of course, there's a reason that this has been put forward, and it's because there's a gap in our existing legislation. And that's because the code's provisions applicable to cases of mischief or theft of firefighting equipment, especially in cases where each mischief or theft causes danger to life. So under the current code, it's not got the proper treatment that it deserves. The second thing that this does is it proposes to establish mischief related to firefighting equipment as an aggravating circumstance. And of course, we know that that would add gravity to the offense. The third component of 365 seeks to establish clarity on what the objectives of the sentence should be when a judge is determining a sentence for any theft of firefighting equipment, regardless of whether or not danger to life has been caused. So, Madam Speaker, I think, if someone vandalizes someone's home, or there is mischief related to some activities that perhaps young adults undertake, that is a significantly different offense in terms of its possible implications than when there is mischief related to firefighting equipment, damage, theft, or loss. So, and let me just talk a little bit about it. I'm not as worried. I don't have the statistics in front of me, but I suspect that in this country, our professional firefighter, our departments that are staffed 24/7, perhaps have a little bit less to worry about because they have, significant checks and balances and people that are paid, they're on staff, and they're always there having a good eye on the equipment and security. But in the riding that I represent, we have volunteer firefighters all over, departments that are all over. And these are men and women who give up their time, and they might go to a fire practice on a Wednesday night. They practice, and they're there to respond to community emergencies. Their equipment is not perhaps as secure. Their equipment is not, they don't have the ability, because it's volunteer, they don't have the ability to continually check as often as perhaps other places. So in the communities that I represent, and I'm going to give you just one example, we've talked about the wildfires of 2017. I can remember in 2003, it was another horrific wildfire season in the communities of in the area of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. We lived in a small community. We had a volunteer firefighting department, and both my son and my husband were on that particular department. When the province declared a state of emergency, it all of a sudden gave the authority for the province to call all of the volunteer fire departments into action to deal with the crisis. So as you can imagine, this particular department, they trained on a Wednesday night. They had done some live fire training, but certainly did not have the ability to respond, nor did they have the equipment. The equipment they had was critically important. I can remember a day that they were called out to a grass fire outside of their normal boundaries because they were now under provincial control. They headed up the mountain with the equipment, and had there been any flaws in terms of how that equipment worked, they would have actually put their lives in danger. They were entering into, they're not as experienced, they were called to action in a place outside their normal area of expertise. They did not have a lot of training around grass fires that were quickly expanding through the mountains, and had anything been tampered with, stolen in terms of what they expected, then it could have been significant, it could have been dangerous, and there, quite frankly, could have been loss of life. So I think, when the current government suggests that this is an unnecessary bill, that, the penalties are already quite fine, I think what they need to do is really think about the reality of the situation. People, if they steal or tamper with firefighting equipment, they know exactly what they're doing. They know that they are impacting on equipment that is used for response to serious and significant issues. So how the government could suggest, I would ask them to actually reconsider. Reconsider this. Think about your volunteer firefighters. Think about if it was, like in the case of 2003, where it was my husband and my son, and had they headed up this mountain where the grasses were and the equipment had malfunctioned. Think of what the repercussions could have been, and think about how they would have felt if someone had tampered purposefully or stolen necessary equipment, and should there not be some significant and appropriate repercussions. So, Madam Speaker, I guess I want to suggest that they need to rethink their position. I do want to congratulate my colleague on this bill. And as one further thought, talking about the BC wildfires, the government indicated that they were going to do everything possible. I think this is one thing that they could do that would be very, very helpful in terms of moving forward and protecting public safety. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to rise today and to participate in the debate on Bill C-365, an act to amend the Criminal Code with respect to firefighting equipment. Madam Speaker, the bill seeks 3 criminal code amendments, including the creation of a new offence of theft of firefighting equipment that actually endangers life, the requirement that courts that sentence an offender for mischief to consider as an aggravating factor that the property in relation to which the mischief occurred was firefighting equipment, and finally, the requirement that courts give primary consideration to denunciation and deterrence in cases of theft of firefighting equipment. Now, Madam Speaker, at the very outset, I think it's very important to acknowledge, and I would like to acknowledge, the laudable objective of this bill, and to sincerely thank the member from North Okanagan, Shuswap, for giving the members of this House an opportunity to debate this issue. And that being said, I also need to advise the government is unable to support this legislative initiative for reasons which I will explain. I would note that the observations made by many of my colleagues during this and previous debates that there is no gap in the criminal law's ability to respond to and effectively address the theft and mischief to firefighting equipment. And as already been highlighted, there is a robust set of offences in the criminal code that can address this conduct. I would like, therefore, to spend my time today speaking about other equally important and related reasons why I do not believe it's appropriate to support the proposed legislative amendments. As I understand, the Minister of Justice mandate letter has called upon her to concentrate her efforts on initiatives that get the most value for hard-earned taxpayers' dollars. We must ensure that the criminal law reform initiatives that we bring forward are based on evidence and approaches that will improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the criminal justice system's response to crime. And on this front, Madam Speaker, Bill C-365, though well-intentioned, is not an initiative that I believe will get Canadians value for their hard-earned tax dollars. First, there is very little information available about the extent of the problem. That is, while several media outlets have reported in the summer of 2017 that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigated a number of thefts and acts of mischief related to firefighting equipment in British Columbia, none of these reports confirmed that any charges were in fact laid. And secondly, upon closer examination of the issue, I can find no statistics related to the offences of theft or mischief of firefighting equipment. And third, upon a cursory review of legal databases, we can find no reported cases where an offender was charged or convicted of theft or mischief to firefighting equipment. And to be clear, this does not mean that no cases can exist, and certainly I'm aware that media reports in other parts of the country also involving the theft of metal fittings. However, without clear examples of how such matters have been dealt with under the existing law, much of the problems identified by the member from North Okanagan-Shuswap are speculative. And in my opinion, more concrete evidence would be needed about the scope and nature of the issue before exploring whether legislative amendments are necessary. I firmly believe, Madam Speaker, that it would be prudent to fully examine the prevalence of thefts and mischief to firefighting equipment before proposing criminal code amendments. And moreover, there is no evidence to suggest that any of the proposed legislative amendments in Bill 365 would be more likely than the current criminal law to deter future thefts or mischief to firefighting equipment. And to the contrary, there is an abundance of evidence which suggests the exact opposite, namely that harsh penalties do not act as a deterrent for those who commit such crimes. Studies demonstrate that it is the certainty of being caught that is the best at deterring individuals from committing crime, and not the fear of being punished or the severity of the punishment. And this does not mean, however, that tough penalties are not warranted for persons who engage in criminal conduct which endangers the lives of others. For example, the offences of mischief to property endangering life under subsection 430 sub 2 and criminal negligence causing death under section 220 are two current offences in the criminal code that could be applied to the most serious cases of theft and or mischief to firefighting equipment. And both of these offences carry the highest maximum penalty provided under the criminal law, which is life imprisonment. And what's more, isolated legislative amendments that seek nothing more other than to increase penalties and reduce judicial discretion to craft individualized sentences have a proven track record in Canada and abroad for not only failing to reduce the incidence of crime, but also creating a whole host of negative consequences, including but not limited to increasing cost, contributing to delays and inefficiencies in the justice system. As I understand it, Madam Speaker, it is precisely these criminal justice policies in the past that have contributed to a lack of internal consistency within the criminal code. If I may offer by way of example, the maximum penalty of life imprisonment for the new proposed offence is inappropriate considering that it would be significantly greater than the 14-year maximum penalty for the offence of criminal negligence causing bodily harm, which entails more than of a direct risk of danger to life, but actually where bodily harm has occurred. Similarly, the maximum penalty provided in this offence would be higher than what is currently provided in the Criminal Code for terrorist financing, facilitating terrorist activities, leaving Canada to facilitate terrorist activities. And moreover, from a practical point of view, the new offence would create evidentiary problems that would complicate the prosecution of such conduct. In order to obtain a conviction under the new offence, the Crown would be required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the theft of the firefighting equipment directly caused actual danger to life. And however, it may be difficult, and in some cases virtually impossible, to prove that someone's life was endangered by the theft of firefighting equipment. Moreover, the efficacy of this new proposed tool is further reduced by the absence in Bill 365 of the necessary amendments that would allow the police to investigate this offence. And for instance, this bill does not propose the inclusion of the new offence in the part of the criminal code that governs interception of communication. It fails to provide police with the ability to seek a DNA warrant to investigate the offence. the inability of the police to rely on these important investigatory tools will make it far less likely that the offence will be relied upon and charged. As I understand it, Madam Speaker, addressing these much-needed consequential amendments would likely be outside the scope of Bill C-365. Another important consideration is that the creation of a specific offence that overlaps with offences of general application in the criminal code can lead to greater inconsistency in charging practices across Canada. Where a specific offence carries a significantly higher maximum penalty, prosecutors have proven more likely to accept pleas to the lesser and included offence, and this can undermine the very rationale behind creating a specific offence. And that is, while the offence is enacted to respond to a particular type of offending, in practice, the offence is rarely prosecuted and convictions are rarely obtained. And in the end, such specific offences remain in the criminal code and they rapidly become obsolete. Madam Speaker, I have every confidence that our police, our prosecutors, and the judiciary have all the tools that are necessary to deal with this conduct. And moreover, absent any evidence to the contrary, it is entirely reasonable to assume that the courts are likely to take conduct that is in the scope of the bill as being very serious. And in my opinion, Bill C-365 would not have an impact on improving public safety, the administration of justice, or the prevention of thefts and mischief to firefighting equipment. And it is for these reasons, Madam Speaker, that I cannot support Bill C-365, and I therefore urge all members of this House to oppose this motion.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to start off my speech on Bill C-365 by acknowledging the sponsor, the member for North Okanagan Shuswap, because I can very much appreciate the reasons that come behind this bill and the reason why it was introduced. I am a fellow British Columbian. Anyone who's in BC is very well aware of the wildfire risk and particularly what last year represented. We had an absolutely terrible fire season. I myself have had previous career experience working in the bush. I had 8 years serving as a tree planter. I worked throughout the interior. My brother was actually a wildfire fighter for about 3 years. He was in another difficult year in 2003. So I also have many current friends who serve as volunteer firefighters. So I very much understand the risk that they put themselves in to protect us, and that their equipment is very much vital to the job that they do. Now, the news has reported, the media has reported on several occasions some of the theft that's happened. In 2016, the Vancouver Sun published a story about a communications tower equipment which had been intentionally vandalized, which caused between $80,000 and $100,000 worth of damage. And in 2017, CTV News covered a story about a water pump and hoses that were stolen from the Harrop Creek wildfire northeast of Nelson. The theft of the pump and 10 hoses really impacted the effectiveness of the firefighting activities and posed safety risks to the public and to the first responders working to contain the fires. I want to underline the seriousness of the crime when someone intentionally vandalizes or steals firefighting equipment. But Madam Speaker, I want to get 3 main points across as I talk about this bill. I want to first of all acknowledge that firefighting is extremely important work and that we support first responders, but I feel that giving the judiciary power for life in prison for theft and vandalism is extremely excessive. Second point I want to make is that stronger penalties do not necessarily provide a deterrent. While this equipment is used in a life-saving situation, a 25-year prison sentence for a non-violent offense is unjustified, and it's not keeping with the current penalties for such an offense. And the third point I want to make is that instead of focusing on increasingly harsher penalties, I think we should be committed to crime prevention through reasonable, measured, and effective actions. If we can shift the focus from crime and punishment into more collaborative ways to make our communities and those serving it safer. Now, Madam Speaker, last year, the whole 2017 year, I had the honor of serving as our party's justice critic and serving on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And one of the major pieces of government legislation that we reviewed on that committee was C-51, a major criminal code cleanup. And one of the things I really learned last year is that when you become a student of the criminal code, you learn just how many redundancies and inoperative provisions exist within the code, and that it really, as an entire document, is in need of a serious overhaul. C-51 spent much of its effort in trying to eliminate many of these redundant and obsolete sections, and particularly the redundant sections. It tried to get those redundant sections which were covered otherwise in other sections of the criminal code, and which, if left in there, would simply add to confusion to those who work in the judicial process. Now, if we look at what Bill C-365 is providing, for. A life in prison is very much an excessive penalty. And I just want to draw honorable members, it's been mentioned in many of the speeches, there are many sections in the criminal code which can already be used to severely punish someone who is guilty of such a crime. One of the main sections I want to draw honorable members to is under section 718.1, where it states quite clearly, Madam Speaker, and I will quote, "A sentence must be proportionate to the gravity of the offense and the degree of the responsibility of the offender." Now, if someone is before court on a charge of vandalism or theft of firefighting equipment, and it can be properly determined that that caused injury to persons because the firefighters were unable to use that equipment, well, I have no doubt in my mind that a judge and or jury would look at the gravity of the offense, the harm caused by the offense, and would lay down the appropriate sentence. I want to by no means say that I don't think that such a crime should go unpunished. I'm simply stating for the fact that the criminal code already has provisions in it to allow for proper sentencing measures. The other point I really want to get across, Madam Speaker, is that there is a wide body of evidence out there which shows that stronger penalties do not necessarily provide a deterrent. And I think that's in everyone's interest. We want to make sure that the crime being prevented is actually, the crime in question is actually being prevented in the first place. Now, I just want to read a quote from The Economist, and I quote here, "A review by Stephen Durloff of the University of Wisconsin and Daniel Nagin at Carnegie Mellon University found little evidence that criminals responded to harsher sentencing, and much stronger evidence that increasing the certainty of punishment deterred crime. This matters for policy, as it suggests that locking vast numbers of people in jail is not only expensive, but useless as a deterrent." Another quote I have, Madam Speaker, is that at this point, which came from a study by Professor Dube, Webster, Rosemary Gartner, and it was titled "Issues Related to Harsh Sentences and Mandatory Minimum Sentences, General Deterrence and Incapacitation." They said that at this point, we think it is fair to say that we know of no reputable criminologist who has looked carefully at the overall body of research literature on deterrence through sentencing, who believes that crime rates will be reduced through deterrence by raising the severity of sentences handed down by criminal courts. And I think if we all use our common sense, we know that most people who commit criminal acts are not pausing during the middle of the act saying, well, hold on, if I break this certain section of the criminal code, I'm going to get such and such a sentence. Most people who commit crimes are not even aware of the sections of the criminal code they are breaking. So to suggest that by adding this section we're actually going to deter the crime, I don't think that's backed up by evidence. There are much better ways we can use to actually safeguard equipment and safeguard the people who are actually using it. Now, Madam Speaker, so what exactly do we want to achieve out of this debate? Well, I think that we can have a more measured and effective approach to solving the problem. I think that if we focus on prevention, we can solve the problem proactively. I think people should be made aware through public awareness campaigns of the impact of vandalizing or stealing equipment can have. We already know that public awareness campaigns in drinking and driving have led to a national decline in such instances. So there is evidence that such campaigns work. And I think we should consider other options to actually reduce the theft and vandalism of firefighting equipment. It could consist of educational materials or awareness campaigns and so on, and investing in better security systems, surveillance systems, making sure that the equipment has proper lockup procedures in place for firefighters to actually use. So I want to just end, Madam Speaker, by reiterating that I and my colleagues, and I'm sure everyone in this House, not only from the friends that I have and the people I've known through my career as a tree planter, that I very much commit to supporting firefighters and all first responders. I want to work with all first responders to make sure that we have policies that find effective, measured solutions to problems of equipment theft and vandalism. And finally, to all of my fellow British Columbians who did lose homes in BC wildfires, I think we have to acknowledge the terrible loss that they went through, and that they very much need their help in rebuilding their lives, and that I think we should all work together to have that as a laudable goal. So I want to end by saying that I don't dispute the seriousness of the crime, but I feel very much that there are better measures we can employ to actually stop it from happening in the first place. I don't think C-365 is that answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
A member for Calgary Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the goal of parliamentarians is to bring forward legislation that is in the interest of society at large and for the general protection of everyone in Canada. Now, the ideal would be a situation in which the laws governing us are appreciated by and adhered to by all people equally. However, some in society arrive at the unfortunate conclusion the law only applies to others. And it is in that context that I speak to the specific need of passage of Bill 365, a private member's bill introduced by my colleague from North Okanagan, Shuswap. This important bill seeks to amend the criminal code in relation to the protection of firefighters' equipment. These amendments are intended to address a need for better deterrence of some criminal activities we are seeing committed more frequently, and which have the potential to place the safety and even the lives of Canadians at risk. Increasingly, firefighters across the country are reporting a rise in thefts and incidents of mischief that target the equipment of these men and women employed to protect us when fire occurs. Alarmingly, firefighters are finding cases in which their equipment and gear has been stolen and vandalized, from the fittings on their vehicles being taken to fire suppression equipment in apartment complexes being ripped out. This trend came to light last year after my home province of Alberta and our neighbours to the west in British Columbia endured catastrophic wildfires. In BC alone last year, wildfires burned well over 1 million hectares of land. Firefighters mobilizing to battle such blazes have found their equipment vandalized or outright stolen. I can recall a specific example from last year, Madam Speaker. In August, crews battling the wildfires that scorched BC discovered the theft of their firefighting equipment when returning to the site. The BC Wildfire Service reported a water pump and many fire hoses stolen from the Harrop Creek wildfire site. The agency said the theft of the pumps and 10 hoses not only hampered the effectiveness of the firefighting activities, but also posed a clear safety risk to the public and especially to the crews working to contain the fires. At a time when more than 100 wildfires were burning across BC, someone thought this an appropriate occasion to rip off equipment our first responders need to fight blazes. Ken McMullen of the Calgary Fire Department told me recently how the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs has identified theft and vandalism of equipment as one of the association's official concerns. Now, this is not a theoretical problem, Madam Speaker. These crimes are happening, and they are concerning for our firefighters, and they are jeopardizing Canadian safety, our properties, our landscapes, and our environment. At critical times when it is needed most, the equipment our firefighters depend on for their dangerous jobs is going missing or is being compromised. It seems a counterintuitive crime in which to engage, Madam Speaker. since the same people who are stealing this equipment or are causing damage to it are often likely members of the same community that will depend on firefighters to protect them in the event of a crisis. But since common sense, or even self-preservation, cannot be relied upon to deter such dangerous and foolish crimes, it becomes apparent more is needed to do in law. It concerns me that some of my colleagues across the way do not share this view. They are always careful to acknowledge the difficult work firefighters do, but still signal they will not support this bill, which, by the way, has the backing of every major organization representing the firefighting community in Canada. The Association of Canadian Fire Chiefs, Prevention Officers, and professional and volunteer firefighters have all endorsed this bill. Now, I know one might say, well, there are already clauses in the criminal code to deal with such crimes as theft and mischief. Indeed, that was the stance the Parliamentary Secretary to the Justice Minister took during earlier debate on this bill when he said other avenues are available to address the problem. Yes, theft in general is, of course, already illegal, and theft over $5,000 is already punishable with possible jail time. But none of the code's theft offenses specifically recognize how theft of property as vital as firefighting equipment can cause actual danger to life. The potential hazards associated with stealing firefighting equipment go far beyond those of theft in general. So respectfully, Madam Speaker, I suggest the Parliamentary Secretary is missing the point of this bill. The existing avenues he mentions have penalties once injury or death have been caused. But Bill 365 seeks to prevent such needless injuries and deaths in the first place by subjecting the threat of injury or loss of life to a more stringent penalty. This would provide the deterrence needed to restrict the senseless theft and vandalism of such equipment that will inevitably lead to such injuries and fatalities. In defending the status quo, the Parliamentary Secretary is not listening to the tens of thousands of Canadian firefighters who have already indicated their support for the provisions of this bill. He will acknowledge the difficulty of the firefighters' work, Madam Speaker, and rightly so, but he still stops short of giving them the support they are asking for to do their work. Stealing firefighters' equipment should be dealt with in a much more serious manner. Stealing a piece of equipment you know will be used to protect lives and possibly endangering a person's life by doing so is not the realistic, moral, or ethical equivalent of stealing something that has material value only, even if the monetary value of the items were equal. Kevin Skrepnek, a chief fire information officer with the BC Wildfire Service, was quoted as saying, "Obviously, in any situation, the theft of equipment is reprehensible, but especially with what we're dealing with right now," end quote. And I absolutely agree with the officer. Such thefts are indeed especially reprehensible in light of the consequences they can have for innocent people. And acts of mischief related to fire equipment, including increasingly common incidents targeting local fire stations and vehicles, are just hazardous. Current penalties for such crimes do not adequately reflect the serious consequences these offenses could have on the safety of the people we send into action when fire threatens. Since these offenses are ultimately cause danger to life, they must be treated in a much more serious manner. A more serious consequence for such crimes will go a long way toward preventing more people from committing such crimes in the first place, and therefore increasing the chances firefighters responding to a blaze will have all they need at hand to leap into action. The NDP member for Victoria made the curious assertion during debate in November that penalties do not serve to deter crime. I disagree with this assertion. An individual's second thoughts about just how long he may have to cool his heels in jail go much further to prevent the commission of a crime than more government money to finance public education campaigns that the NDP always propose in place of penalties. But even if the member was correct and deterrence did not work in this instance, that doesn't mean someone shouldn't actually be punished for crimes they commit. The summary of Bill C-365 spells out how the bill will offer deterrence value through penalties for the serious crimes of stealing and vandalizing firefighters' equipment. The bill will amend the criminal code to establish a new offense for theft of firefighting equipment that causes actual danger to life. It will also create an aggravating circumstance for sentencing if mischief involves firefighting equipment, and establishes sentencing objectives in relation to the theft of such equipment. As the sponsoring member has said, there is a gap in the code with the, quote, the enunciation and deterrence of theft or damage to firefighting equipment, end quote. To close, Madam Speaker, we must take action to stop these senseless acts of theft and vandalism, which are not petty crimes based on their potential for deadly impact. These crimes pose threats to the ability of our firefighters to do their jobs and therefore present a real threat to persons and property. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member from North Okanagan Shuswap has 5 minutes for right of reply.
To rise today in response to the debate on this private member's bill, Bill C-365. I thank all members from both sides of the House that have contributed to the debate on this bill. My time today is short, so I will move on to my response to the debate that has occurred. In the first hour of debate back in November, we heard from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, the Honourable Member from Eglinton Lawrence, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's endorsement in November to this bill and I quote, "It is a well-intentioned proposal targeting serious conduct that can endanger the lives of our communities and our fire response personnel," end quote. During the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, he stated that mischief or theft of firefighting equipment are actually captured already by the Criminal Code under a number of offences. Although I do not dispute this statement is partially correct, for the sake of this debate, for the sake of public safety, and for the sake of Canadians and Canada's firefighters, whom the honourable member appropriately describes as heroes, I must clarify, while the Criminal Code does contain offences that capture the conduct in question, the Code's existing provisions are inconsistent. That is why I have brought this bill forward, to establish clear and consistent provisions in the Criminal Code for offences involving mischief and theft of firefighting equipment. As the Criminal Code stands today, mischief such as vandalism for firefighting equipment that causes actual danger to life may be subject to a maximum sentence of life if the presiding judge decides that such a maximum sentence is warranted. This is appropriate. This is not a mandatory minimum sentence, and we currently see in the code for such mischief. It is an option that prosecutors and judges may pursue or apply if the facts of the case support it. Currently, there are no such provisions for theft of firefighting equipment that causes actual danger to life. The Parliamentary Secretary has suggested that criminal negligence causing bodily harm or death are applicable. If criminal negligence causing bodily harm was applied to the case of theft of firefighting equipment, prosecutors and judges would be limited to seeking or applying the maximum sentence of 10 years. This exposes the very inconsistency of the existing criminal code that this bill seeks to correct. Why should the theft of firefighting equipment be treated differently than mischief of firefighting equipment, if and when these two offences can have the same exact effect of causing actual danger to human life? Why should theft of firefighting equipment require death to occur before such theft can qualify for the same maximum sentence carried by mischief that causes actual danger to life? If we truly trust our judiciary to decide an appropriate sentence, why would we hesitate in providing them with consistent sentencing options for mischief and theft of of firefighting equipment that cause actual danger to life. This bill is an opportunity for Parliament to establish clear denunciations of the offences in question in support of not just our judiciary, but also our firefighters, law enforcement personnel, and Canadian citizens. We know that mischief and theft of firefighting equipment are realities in our society. We know that these offences can cause actual danger to life. We know that law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges are provided inconsistent legal tools for treating these offences, even though the offences can have the exact same effect. We know that this House has an essential role to play in supporting the continuous improvement and strengthening of the criminal code. Let us see and treat this bill for what it is, an opportunity to make the criminal code more consistent, an opportunity to clearly denounce mischief and theft of firefighting equipment which cause actual danger to life, an opportunity to provide our judiciary the flexibility to treat these offences consistently, and an opportunity to support firefighters who put their lives on the line to protect ours 365 days a year, and an opportunity to support public safety in every community across our nation for the benefit of every Canadian, the people we all represent. Let us seize these opportunities and not let them pass us by. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Brassard, move that Bill C-365, an act to amend the Criminal Code, firefighting equipment, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veulent bien dire oui.
Will all those in favour of the motion please say yea? All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 7, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément...
Order. Pursuant to the Standing Order, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tonight, the Prime Minister is in Winnipeg. He's holding a town hall meeting. And there's somebody else who's in Winnipeg, and he is a 13-year-old Yazidi boy who was held captive by ISIS for many years, who was only found out to be alive after his mother, who is in Winnipeg as a refugee now, saw a picture of him on social media. He's asked for a meeting with the Prime Minister. I asked this week on his behalf if the Prime Minister would meet with him in Winnipeg tonight, and I don't believe that the Prime Minister has done that. So I want to take a moment. My colleague from Provencher is here as well tonight, Madam Speaker, and just to speak on why this is important. He's asked for this meeting so that he can be a voice for other Yazidi children still in captivity. Why does he have to be a voice for these children? Why does somebody who's been through so much, have to bear that burden on his shoulders? Why did the people from his community have to continually become re-victimized for something as simple as asking for a meeting with the Prime Minister? Canada should be listening to these survivors. There shouldn't be a question on whether or not this meeting should occur, especially since the Prime Minister was in Winnipeg tonight. I know the Prime Minister should have taken this meeting. The context in which I asked the question earlier this week was that when the Prime Minister decided to take a meeting with Joshua Boyle, who now stands accused of multiple accounts of assault, he didn't question taking that meeting. In fact, when he was asked why he took it, he said he meets with people who have been freed after overseas ideals, and that he defers to meeting with more people rather than fewer people. And I think that that's something important to do. I actually had hope that the Prime Minister would meet with Ahmad. I actually thought that that might happen. I don't understand why. So I'm just going to appeal to my colleague to not read a pre-prepared speech, and perhaps just go to the Prime Minister's office and say, look, this is a very reasonable meeting to take. When I first met with the Yazidi community almost 2 years ago, it was a moment that changed my life, and it was a moment in which I realized that if we stand up on days of remembrance and say never again, if we, commit to preventing violence and genocide, we have to stand up for these people. And this boy shouldn't have to beg for a meeting to be a voice for all the children that are still in captivity. And I want to read a quote from Haji Hesso, who is a member of the Yazidi community in Winnipeg. And he talks about how a lot of these children, these are the Yazidi children, are coming back, but there's no parents, there's no family left. They've all been killed or massacred, and nobody knows where the rest of their families are. So these children have unique needs, Madam Speaker, in that, for example, many of them are internally displaced and have difficulty getting into our resettlement program, and they also have difficulty getting into the family reunification program as well. So I just implore my colleague, I would just like to know why the Prime Minister did not take a meeting with him, but chose to take a meeting with Joshua Boyle instead.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, Madam Speaker, I believe that all members in this House will agree with me that the Yazidi refugee population and immigrant population is extremely important. We want to help them have a better future in Canada, and we will do all in our power to see that this happens. These are people who have been persecuted because of their ethnic group. There are others who have been persecuted because of their sexual orientation, and we deplore these inhuman actions committed by Daesh. Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about an initiative for Yazidi refugees here in Canada. There were a great many visas given to Daesh victims in Canada, and many of them were Yazidi. Since that time, since that initiative, we've worked closely with various UN organizations in order to help Yazidis. We've worked with other key partners in order to help all survivors of Daesh to live in greater safety. These people were welcomed in places like Toronto, Vancouver, and elsewhere. They was often decided as a function of where there were other Yazidis living in Canada and where services were offered.
I should mention that according to resettlement agencies, these families are continuing to integrate well, and they're showing growing independence in their daily lives. And, Madam Speaker, we would ask that they have a little bit more time to adapt to their new lives. As I said at the beginning, they have been through very, very difficult things, and we will be there to support them from day to day, along with our partners on the ground. So some families arrived earlier in the year, and we're still supporting those families and the ones who have arrived more recently. Many of the survivors of Daesh have experienced great physical and mental trauma, and that's why they need a bit of time to adapt to their new lives. Canada's resettlement program is designed to reflect international standards and to focus efforts particularly on those who were forced to flee their countries. The government is proud to participate in this objective of helping rescue and resettle the victims of Daesh, including particularly Yazidi women and children and providing them with a safe haven. We will always continue to explore new options and to work with our partners in order to meet these objectives and to find the best way of protecting the most vulnerable, including Yazidis. And once again, we want to ensure that these people who have been through terrible atrocities are able to integrate into Canadian society. I would ask all Canadians who know these people to help them integrate and to ensure that they have a better future here with us. Thank you.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
The question was very clear. The Prime Minister is in Winnipeg tonight. The Yazidi boy, Ahmad, is in Winnipeg. He asked for a meeting with the Prime Minister a long time ago. He wanted to be a voice for his people. The Prime Minister didn't even give him the courtesy of an answer. The Prime Minister met with Joshua Boyle, and when pressed on that, said he meets with people who have been freed with overseas ordeals. I think that he qualifies as having gone through that, Madam Speaker. Then the Prime Minister said, I think I should meet with more people rather than less, and then he rejects this meeting. I don't understand why. Why would the Prime Minister meet with Joshua Boyle, then while he's in Winnipeg, can't even take 15 minutes to meet with the survivor of a genocide who wants to speak on behalf of its children? Answer my question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Madam Speaker, as I've said, our government is ready to offer these people the protection that they need and to ensure that they can adapt in Canadian society. What I find strange is that the member for Calgary Nose Hill suddenly said that the Yazidis are very important for her, when we know that it was her government, when she was a minister, that only welcomed 3 Yazidi refugees, Madam Speaker. So we welcomed nearly 1,200. Once again, she was minister when there were only 3 allowed into the country. So I think that you can see the clear difference between our parties.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight at adjournment proceedings to review a question and a response that I got on October 4th of 2017. It relates to the challenge of climate change. My question was to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister did rise and provide a response, but it was, I'd have to say, not entirely to the point of the question. It was certainly positive, and he was very generous in praising my personal work on this file for a very, very long time. But let me review what the question was. I quoted from our colleague, the late Arnold Chan, who in his last words to this House, in a speech that was actually read by the honourable member from Ajax, Arnold Chan said to all of us, quote, "It is imperative that we stop treating climate change as solely an environmental issue, but recognize it as an all-encompassing priority that we as a society and as a government must confront with the utmost urgency," close quote. Now, it happened that when I stood to ask that question, October 4th, the day before, we had the release of the report of the Environmental Commissioner, Environment and Sustainable Development Commissioner within the Office of the Auditor General. And Julie Gelfand, the Commissioner, said this about how we are doing as a country and as a government to meet our climate change targets. And what she said was, quote, "Climate change is one of the defining issues of the 21st century. These audits show that when it comes to climate change action, Canada has a lot of work to do in order to reach the targets it has set," close quote. Well, as my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Environment will know, because I've made this point in the House in debates before, Canada showed leadership in 2015 in Paris. And in the negotiations of the Paris Accord, Canada was the first industrialized country to step up and agree with the developing world that we had to aim to hold global average temperature increase to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above what it was before the Industrial Revolution. Now, these sound like trivial numbers, but in the context of survival for the low-lying island states, survival for peoples in the African continent, survival for the Arctic ice to be present over our North Pole seasonally, year-round into the future, We have to hold global average temperature to 1.5 degrees. Yet the target that Canada chose domestically is the very one that our Minister of Environment and Climate Change criticized in Paris, pointing out that the target of the previous Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, was really, as the Minister said at the time, the floor. We had to do better. We could aim higher. And certainly, the target of 30% below 2005 levels by 2030, put in place by the previous government in May of 2015, is entirely insufficient to meet the goals of the Paris Accord. Now, this inconsistency is troubling, but even more troubling is the finding that and the observation that we don't yet have a plan. We have the promise of a global carbon price across all of Canada, and that is a step in the right direction. But in the context of what needs to be done, as Arnold Chan said, we need to make this an all-encompassing priority. That means you don't approve one project that increases greenhouse gas emissions, like approving pipelines full of bitumen and diluent, and then claim that you can somehow meet the targets even though you have not yet put in place energy efficiency measures, gotten rid of fossil fuel subsidies, nor delivered on a comprehensive plan to avoid going above 1.5 degrees. We need more. We need action.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think the government very much agrees, and I personally agree with the honourable member that this is an urgent and pressing issue that needs to be addressed in an all-encompassing way. The Government of Canada has made taking action on climate change a very high priority. One of the first things that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada did once appointed was to lead the Canadian delegation to the successful achievement of the Paris Agreement. Our government committed to an ambitious greenhouse gas emissions target. We then worked actively with our partners in the provinces, territories, and with Indigenous leaders to develop the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. This is a detailed plan that provides a well-defined path through which we will achieve the target. The previous Harper government set greenhouse gas reduction targets but never developed a plan, nor did the work required to meet them. That hurt Canada's credibility at home and around the world and was unhelpful in the context of developing an international consensus. Step one for us is to show that when we set a target, we mean it. 2 years after Paris, we have a lot to show for our efforts. We are introducing new legislation and regulations to ensure that a price on carbon pollution will apply across the country. The government is accelerating the phase-out of traditional coal-fired electricity units. We are establishing a clean fuel standard to reduce our emissions by incentivizing the use of lower carbon fuels, energy sources, and technology. We are developing increasingly stringent model building codes so that all new homes will be built to a standard that will allow them to generate as much energy as they use. Nous avons fait d'importants.
We've made significant investments to support clean growth and innovation. In December, we invested over $1 billion in the Fund for a Low Carbon Economy, which will support the provinces in their fight against climate change.
Over $2.3 billion to support clean technology and innovation and to support the creation of good jobs in growing sectors of our economy. We are 100% committed to achieving our target and to working collaboratively with the international community. On December the 9th, 2017, we released the first annual progress report on the implementation of the Pan-Canadian Framework. This report highlights the strong progress that federal, provincial, and territorial governments have made in putting the Pan-Canadian Framework into action. We have made very significant progress, but we know we need to do more. That is part of the Paris Agreement. All countries will need to increase their level of ambition over time. Le cadre pan-canadien établi.
The national framework lays out a concrete plan to perhaps even go beyond our Paris objectives. The measures that we're taking today will have real, sustainable impacts on the well-being and resilience of our communities and on the environment.
Madam Speaker, this government will continue to work every day to turn Canada's clean growth and climate action into new laws, regulations, actions, investments, jobs, and economic opportunities for Canadians.
Member of Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment. Here's the problem. The very same target that the Honourable Member just described as an ambitious target was the one that was put in place by the previous Harper government, which the Honourable Minister of Environment described in Paris as the floor, that we could do better. The reality is that achieving our target, and there are large questions about whether we will, that target is the weak target of 30% below 2005 levels by 2030, which does not get us to what we promised to do in Paris. Now, this will become glaringly apparent in October of this year when the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports, as they were asked to do in Paris, on the pathway to 1.5 degrees Celsius. That moment of ratcheting up that the honourable member mentioned, the fact that we all have to do better, and I mean all countries on earth, could be led by Canada by going into the next Conference of the Parties prepared to say, we're stepping up. We're going to move that 2030 deadline to 2025 because Canada wants to be a real leader in reality, not just rhetoric.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the honourable member knows, Canada has a history under governments of all political stripes of establishing targets and not meeting those targets because no clear and comprehensive plan has been developed. This government took the very firm position that we would establish a target, we would work with our provincial and territorial counterparts and with Indigenous leaders across the country to develop a detailed plan that would enable Canadians to have visibility about how we will achieve our targets. We will work very hard to ensure that those are achieved, and to the extent that we can make progress more quickly, we are certainly willing to ratchet up our level of ambition. This government cares very much about climate change, about ensuring a future, a good future for our children and our grandchildren. It is something that we are committed to, and we look forward to working with all parties in this House, including the honourable member, to ensuring that we actually play our part in this important international issue.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And similar to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, my question is also from October 4th of last year. And it was regarding the controversial tax changes that the finance minister had proposed to bring in on corporations and small businesses. And so you might think that because that was last October and the finance minister consulted with people and listened to people and then updated and made the final changes, that this problem would have gone away and not been anything to talk about. However, that's not the case. So I had used in my question an example of a family in my riding. Rita Felder is the CEO of a company called Field Farms Marketing. Basically, she immigrated to Canada and built up a company with her entrepreneurial spirit from nothing. She is in the business of selling organic grains. And she, in fact, has grown that business. She sells them now in multiple countries, has grown to employ 50 people, has added buildings and equipment as time went on. And so really, initially, her concern was that she wouldn't be able to pass on that farm and all the company to her children. But I see that the finance minister did make adjustments that would take care of that. So the other problem that hasn't yet been addressed is that when it comes to the money that you accumulate in your corporation, the new proposal from the finance minister is going to allow the first $50,000, to go fine, but then after that, the tax rate, depending on the type of use, will be between 40 and 73%. And so, if you are in a business where you need to buy capital equipment, you do that with the money that you've stored up in your corporation. And so I think the unintended consequence of the tax changes that were implemented is that people that have corporations that are saving up this money every year are now going to be paying a lot of it to the government and not able to afford to buy additional silos and pieces of equipment that they would need to expand their business. I have a doctor in my riding who specializes in laser surgery and, cataract surgery and implants and everything else. And he has done the same thing. He's built up a business. He's got, more than 20 employees. Many of them are family members. And he is doing very innovative, high technology, latest edge procedures. And they need expensive equipment. And so the money that he accumulates in his corporation, he uses to buy the equipment. Now he's going to expand his business. He's moving to a location that's going to take a few $1 million to set up. And so I really think that the government needs to revisit what they have done on their tax changes there, because they're really hurting small business, especially when it comes to these businesses that are able to grow. They're able to be just the kind of businesses we want them to be. They're exporting, they're employing more people. And so, the Prime Minister, in his response, mentioned tax fairness and wealth. Well, he said, exactly, we've heard that this measure goes after a system that encourages wealthy Canadians to use private corporations to pay lower tax rates than hardworking middle-class Canadians. And so Rita Felder says, who are the wealthy Canadians the Prime Minister speaks of? Middle-class Canadians who run businesses need to incorporate savings for rainy days and future growth. Yet the Prime Minister would seem to hold these savings for future investment over the business's head, putting their future prosperity at risk. And so I see I'm coming to the end of my time for my question. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For the member opposite, that growing the economy and supporting small businesses, such as those that she's mentioned in her speech, is a core priority of our government. It's a key part of our plan, in fact, to strengthen the middle class. And it's become clear that the investments that our government has made in people, in communities, and in the economy are working. Canada has created 700,000 jobs since November 2015, and the unemployment rate is at its lowest level in over 40 years. In fact, since the beginning of 2016, Canada has had the fastest growing economy in the G7. And Canada has a highly competitive corporate tax system, one of the most competitive in the G7. Dans l'énoncé économique d'octobre,
in the fall update, our government took an important measure to stimulate economic growth and to help small businesses. In fact, we propose to lower the small business tax rate by to 11% in 2018 and 9% in 2019. The average combined tax rate for small businesses is already the lowest in the G7 and very low among OECD countries as well. This allows small businesses to save a huge amount of money every year. Thanks to this tax cut, entrepreneurs will be able to keep more of the profits, which they can then reinvest, and to create good, well-paid jobs for Canadians.
engage in an important discussion on proposed measures to address tax planning using private corporations. We listened, and we made revisions to the initial proposals to address the use of income sprinkling by owners of private corporations. Those revised measures are designed to ensure that they do not affect family members who make meaningful contributions to a family business. And Madam Speaker, it's important to note that the vast majority of private corporations will not be impacted by these income sprinkling measures. Under the new simplified proposals, the number of family businesses that would be affected annually is estimated to be fewer than 45,000, or less than 3% of Canada's 1.8 million Canadian-controlled private corporations. En ce qui concerne les placements passifs,
as far as passive investments are concerned, our government has presented a detailed plan, or will present a detailed plan in Budget 2018. We want to make sure that the rules of the game are fair and that Canadians will be sure that their hard work is fairly rewarded. That's exactly what we're going to do.
For Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the response. But he needs to understand that they are hurting small businesses instead of helping them. I mean, they reduce the tax rate slightly, but then they increase the payroll taxes on them. Now there's a carbon tax coming on top of that. And when you talk about a competitive environment, you have to keep in mind that, that's a dynamic situation. In the U.S., they're lowering tax rates. They don't have a carbon tax. And so we see that small businesses are really struggling. And I'm encouraged to hear that in 2018, there's a possibility that the government might do more. And what I would encourage them to do is make sure that they look at corporations, especially small businesses that are investing in capital equipment, and that they change the tax code to allow the flexibility to grow income within the corporation that can be used for those purposes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Sure. And regarding the approach on the tax planning using private corporations, we consulted Canadians broadly to make sure that we get it right. We heard from many Canadians, including small business owners, farmers, and fishers, and we're moving forward with an approach that reflects what we've heard from Canadians. Dans le cadre de notre plan visant à assurer la croissance,
It's part of our job to grow the economy and create jobs. We are continuing to lower the small business rate while making our tax system fair. As economic growth continues, It's important for us to ensure that all Canadians who work hard to join the middle class have the opportunity to profit from this growth. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.